Well, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Ethan Collier, and I'll be chairing today's meeting of the Chattanooga-Hamilton County Regional Planning Commission. I want to go over a couple things before we get started. Just procedures for today's meeting. The Planning Commission staff sent this packet out to Planning Commission members about a week ago, and so Planning Commission members have had an opportunity to review it in advance of today's meeting. And so at times throughout the meeting, we'll move pretty quickly. So I just want to go over how that's going to go before we get started. So what I'll do is in each case, I will read off the case number. Hopefully there's agendas floating around out there so you can follow along closely and know where we're at on the agenda, but I'll read the case number. And in each case, I'll ask if there's any opposition present. If you're here and you want to speak in regards to the case, or you've got questions or you've got concerns, even if you wouldn't necessarily consider yourself to be in opposition to it, but you've got some sort of concern or question. At that time, when I ask if you're here in opposition, please make sure to raise your hand so that I can see that you're here. Because we do want to hear from you because you've taken time out of your day to be here. If there's folks here in opposition, which there will be for some cases that we hear today, we will hear from staff first, then we will want to hear from the applicant. The applicant will have 7 minutes to present the reason for their request. After the applicant's finished addressing Planning Commission, and Planning Commission's had an opportunity to go back and forth with the applicant, asking them questions, answering questions, and that sort of thing, we'll have an opportunity for opposition to speak. We limit the time for opposition comment to 9 minutes total. And I have historically stuck to that 9 minutes very strictly. We have 3 pages of cases on our agenda today, so we'll stick to that 9 minutes. At the time that opposition needs to speak, if you're here and you want to speak during that 9 minutes, then you have to get up out of your chair and you have to line up down this right side of the room behind the microphone and the podium here. That's important for me to be able to see how many people are here that want to speak. Because if it's the case that there's 12 people that want to speak and we only have 9 minutes, then unfortunately I got to cut people off, so that we can hear from everybody. I will say if you're here and you're in opposition and you want to speak, make sure to be listening to the person that is in front of you and don't repeat things that have already been said. From time to time, we have, 15 people that want to speak in opposition. And the first person gets up and says several things. And the second person just repeats those several things. And we're not getting new information. So if you've already heard us having been informed of some specific concern, please make sure your comments are, concise, to the point, and, not repeating kind of the same thing over and over again. After we've heard from opposition, I'll ask that everybody that's here in opposition take a seat. And the applicant will come back up and they'll have 2 minutes. And at that point, they'll be able to address any concerns that have been brought to our attention by opposition or staff. After that, the Planning Commission will make a recommendation to either City Council or County Commission. For most of what we're going to do here today, Planning Commission is making a recommendation to City Council or the County Commission. And so hopefully what those dates are that these cases will be heard by those governing bodies. With that, if we don't have any opposition, Planning Commission will take action on a case without hearing from staff or the applicant. So with that, we'll go ahead and get started. Before we even get started, I did want to say that the last item on our agenda, item 25, which is case 2023-0060. It's the Georgetown Villas. It's located at 9012, 9016, 9018, and some unaddressed property on how do you say that, Mike? Rado Road. That case, the applicant is going to ask for it to be withdrawn. So if you're here in opposition to that case, can you raise your hand? Okay. So the applicant, when we get to that case, has said that they're going to withdraw it. Planning Commission will take action on that. They're going to ask for it to be withdrawn, and we're going to take action on that. It's very likely that it will be withdrawn. I just wanted to let you know, if you're here for that case, that we're likely not going to hear that case today. Well, I don't think we'll hear that case today. All right, with that, we'll get started. Brian, was there any other applicants wanting to withdraw today? Or
not that I'm aware of. I think we do have received word that somebody wants to defer one of the cases. I think it's 2023-0045. As far as being withdrawn, I haven't heard other than the one we just discussed.
Okay. All right. We'll just jump into the agenda. The first item that we have here under subdivision plats and variances is SD 2023-0012, and it's a final plat for Flipper Bend subdivision phase 3, units 1, lots 87 through 94, 120, 121, 132, and 136, and has a staff recommendation to approve. Is there any opposition present? We have a motion to approve, and it has been seconded. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Oh, you're here in opposition? Okay. We do have a motion, and it has been seconded. If you'd like to speak, please come up.
I'm Stephen Nemechek. I live at 900 Vine Street, number 3. Number 3, it's a condo. And lived there for 23 years. And we really depend on the Fort Wood Association to keep things from turning into a monstrous bunch of buildings. And I've talked to several people, and one of them suggested that since this sorority house is wrapped in.
Sir, we're on case. We're on the first case on the agenda at subdivision plats and variances.
Oh.
I think you're wanting to make comments in regards to a different case.
Pardon me?
I believe that your comments are in regards to a different case. What case number do we think it is?
I think it's 2023-043, 850 Oak Street.
Right. So right now we're on case 2023-0012.
Oh, I'm not used to this numeration.
No, that's fine. That's fine.
I would like to speak about the
Okay,
one.
so when I get to that case, which will be, I would imagine, in an hour or two, you'll have the opportunity to speak.
Yes,
Okay, thank you. No, that's why I was very confused there for a couple minutes. All right, we have no opposition. We have a motion to approve. It has been seconded. Was there any discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Motion approved. Next case is SD 2023-0013, and it's Holly Hills subdivision lots 34, 35A, located at 7900 and 7904 Holly Hills Drive, and has a staff recommendation to approve. Is there any opposition present?
Mr. Chairman, RPA staff did receive two emails in opposition to this. Basically, I think
We do have opposition.
Yeah, so probably the same people here. I'll let them talk about the opposition.
Okay. Since we have opposition, Mr. Schultz, can you?
Sure. This is a 4-lot subdivision plat. Some of the opposition emails, I think, referring to this as being a rezoning of the property. This is not a rezoning. This is a subdivision of what is 2 existing lots into 4 lots. You can see on the screen that actually splits lot 34A. Everything to the left of that's in the city of Chattanooga, and to the right of that is in the county. This will be provided by sewer extension of city sewers off of Jenkins Road along Holly Hills to service these 4 lots. These lots have roughly 60 foot of lot frontage and 7,500 square foot, which meets the R1 subdivision requirements and zoning requirements. Would not trigger a traffic study based on the number of lots. Staff looked at this and met all the requirements of the subdivision regulations. There's no need for a variance, so staff recommends to approve.
Thank you. And is the applicant present? On behalf of the applicant? Okay. Can you come up? I just want to give you the opportunity to speak. We've got some folks here in opposition.
Sure.
So you're welcome to just kind of tell the Planning Commission what it is that you're wanting to do with this preliminary plat.
Everything that he just mentioned is exactly what we're going to do, and we have a beautiful product we want to put there. It's nothing that is going to hurt that community in any way, shape, form, or fashion.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the applicant? All right, we'll hear from the opposition. If you're here and you want to speak, come on up. Make sure when you come to the mic, you state your name and address for the record.
Okay. My name is Sherry Poole. I live at 8207 Kevin Lane, Holly Hills. And we are totally opposed to this. Holly Hills is an established subdivision that's been here since the mid to late 60s. Our subdivision was devastated by a tornado 3 years ago this week, and we are still in the process of rebuilding. Where he is proposing to put these 4 little homes is right at the entrance of our subdivision. It will be detrimental to our property values. It's not nice little homes that'll go in there. You can't put a nice little home, a Holly Hills type home, on 4 lots. Our lots are a minimum of half an acre. These will not be. We're asking you to please not let this go through. It will be, like I said, detrimental to our property, to the integrity of our community, to our lifestyle.
Thank you.
My name is Melba Cates, and I live in Holly Hills, 8113 Hollycrest Drive subdivision. I've lived there 49 years, and my house was hit by the tornado along with all the ones around me. The lots they're still vacant lots. They're still rebuilding, and then down in the floodplain, there's still a lot of houses that haven't been rebuilt. But the main objection that I have, and I'm sure everybody else in my subdivision has, how in the world are we supposed to get out on Jenkins Road to go any place? If you ever go, okay, say you want to come out of our subdivision on Holly Hills Drive, you either have to turn right or turn left. And if he puts these houses here, you're going to be coming into our neighborhood off of Jenkins Road, which is a slight hill and then down. And there's just room. It's just 2 lanes wide. And so I don't know if those people are supposed to enter the houses he wants to build from Jenkins Road or from Holly Hills. But either way, it's going to be a blind hill. I mean, there's no place for another road, and there'll be I'm serious. There will be head-on collisions if you do that. And why in the world? Who in their right mind would want to buy? But assuming they do, because they'll be ignorant of it. If you live in East Brainerd, Jenkins Road, that area through there, they put in roundabouts all the way from East Brainerd Road to where you get on the interstate. There's roundabouts. The traffic just goes like this all the time. You know, it just flows fast. Everybody drives fast. You can't get out already. And you add more townhouses. And really, if he adds these 5 townhouses down on the floodplain, there's plenty of room. There's eight lots there where they could build more. How are we supposed to get in and out? I mean, and also Grace School, Grace Academy, if they ever get that rebuilt, that just adds to the chaos already. I mean, it's just illogical. Is it right to keep building stuff when people can't get in and out of their houses? Is that right? I don't see how it's fair. I don't see how it's right to just build houses and have no plan for how the people. I mean, I've lived there for 49 years, Well, our house was hit. We had $120,000 worth of damage from the tornado, but our lot was not, our house was not destroyed. We had to move out and move back in. But people who've lived there, well, probably nobody's lived there much longer than we have, if longer. How is it right to let this happen? Just, there's not planning. And I guess I'm saying the same thing over and over, but thank you for hearing me.
Thank you, ma'am.
And I sure hope you'll consider it.
Thank you. Mr. Schultz, it's uncommon for us to have opposition in regards to subdivision plats, but they've come out and expressed their concerns. I think it's helpful for these folks that are here and have concerns to understand how and when and why we would make a motion to approve and staff would recommend to approve.
Sure.
You've heard their concerns. I don't know that it'd be helpful to hear from the applicant in response to this, but I think it's helpful for them, for the folks that are here in opposition, to hear from staff on why Planning Commission might approve this, even though they've got concerns.
Sure. In the subregs, it does spell out plats can be denied. Typically those for safety issues in terms of like lack of sewer being provided to the development, some type of negative impact. Now, traffic, I don't know. I'm not a traffic expert. That would be, unfortunately, the property owner is proving this would be a negative impact on the traffic. This is being provided sewers. And I think one of the opposition mentioned townhomes. These are going to be 4 single-family detached dwellings and not townhomes. Often, if these plats meet the requirements, the subregs, staff recommends to approve. Same thing with the Planning Commission. It's often when there's a negative impact, whether that be lack of sewers or some type of public safety issue, you can deny based on those reasons.
Mr. Reuter, did you want to say something?
I was going to say, Brian's correct. I mean, this isn't typically like a rezoning application or rezoning request. The other thing I'd just say is because they brought up traffic and what are we going to do about it is you're going to be hearing more and more this year about our city comprehensive area plan process. We're about to undertake pretty much a comprehensive plan of the city of Chattanooga, all the traffic issues, transportation questions. It's going to be happening over the next year. We haven't talked about it a lot because we're just getting started, but eventually we will absolutely have more information about a lot of these traffic issues that folks are concerned about.
Thank you. Did you want to say something?
Can I just to clarify? I think Chairman Collier mentioned it, but I think one of the concerns is that the majority of the subdivision are large lots and these are smaller lots. And can you help at least explain that initially developed, they were all on septic, and
That's my understanding.
And the subdivision regulation do allow for smaller lot sizes.
If sewer is provided, my understanding Holly Hills was developed back in, I guess, early 60s sometime on septic. There is public sewer lines along Jenkins Road, which are provided by the city. Based on the plat, the applicant is extending that public sewer line down Holly Hills Drive to these lots. Therefore, they can do smaller lots based on the R1 zoning.
And it wouldn't be any different in, say, another different type of development that may have once been developed larger, that if sewer became available, it may be the lot sizes could be reduced based on
Sure.
subdivision regulations and relative to sanitary.
Correct. And I think the opposition here is aware that last year we had a zoning case behind this property for townhomes. This is abutting that property. This is not that property that we had a case on last year.
Okay. Thank you.
Ma'am, I see your hand, but time for public comment has ended. Thank you. What's the will of the commission?
Just for the record, staff wants to clarify that the action on this plat stops here. It doesn't go on to county commission or city council.
Thank you, Mr. Schultz. We have a motion to approve, and it has been seconded. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you all. Next case on our agenda is the first case under old business, and it's case 2022-0262, and it's located at 7707 Lee Highway, and it's an application to rezone from C2 to UGC, and staff is recommended to approve. Is there any opposition present? Okay. And is the applicant present? Thank you, Mike. Mr. Schultz.
Sure. This case has been deferred, I think, since December of last year. This was a request to rezone C2 property, C2 convenience commercial zone to UGC, urban general commercial. Proposed use is multifamily. Number of acres of this property is 2.29. Number of units is 94, and that's a density of 42 dwellings per acre. Just looking at the zoning map, everything to the property to the east is C2, to the south is C2, to the north is C2. If you go a little further north, that one property up, you do see R1. Then to the west of this property is R1. There's been several zoning requests in this area along Old Lee Highway. In 2002, just immediately abutting this property, which is 7717 Lee Highway, there was a request to rezone R1 and C2 to UGC to convert a motel into affordable housing, which is similar to this request. Planning Commission recommended to approve that request. The City Council also approved that request to go to UGC. This is currently a hotel, former hotel or motel. To the north is, again, another motel that was being converted into permanent housing. To the east of this site is a motel, and there's the corner of Bonnie Oaks on the highway that's under construction. I think it's a car dealership in the future. To the west is vacant land and single family, and to the south is commercial. Here's a view of the site. This is a view of the hotel north of the site. And this is a view south of the site. And this is a view east of the site, which is a hotel. This is west of the site, which is a convenience store at the corner of Bonnie Oaks and Old Lee Highway. This property is in the Schaffler Road Lee Highway Plan, which was adopted in 2005. And the plan recommendation is medium or heavy business mix, which includes C2 type zones, neighborhood commercial, region serving, which is like C4, high density residential and light industrial type uses or type zones. Here's a site plan that was submitted with this case against existing hotel or a motel on the property. It's roughly 2.29 acres and has 94 units in that existing structure. Staff recommendation is to approve. The proposed use is compatible with adopted land use plan and adjacent land uses. The UGC zone will introduce a new urban form into a suburban area. However, the applicant is proposing to reuse the existing structure and parking lot. Again, the existing structure contains 94 rooms. Based on the lot size and existing C2 density requirements, a total of 70 rooms today could be converted to permanent housing on the site. So this could happen in the current zoning, but in order to convert the full 94 units into permanent housing, they would need a zone that doesn't have density requirements. For example, the UGC zone. So staff recommends to approve this request.
Thank you, Mr. Schultz. We'll hear from the applicant.
That's not bad.
Thank you. Mike Price with MAP Engineers, representing Thornhill Management in the request for you today. So let me first start off by saying what this is not. This is not an answer to the homeless problem. This is not transitional housing. This is a apartment development that is converting hotels to an apartment use. It is not what the city has previously gotten approved on their property. This is apartments. This is what we're talking about. So I know that there has been a lot of information that's been spread about, and some of it has stated that that is what this is to be, but it is not. So as we go forward in the discussion on this case and the next case, let's keep in mind that this is about an apartment complex, basically. Now, that being said, the staff has mentioned you could convert this as it currently is zoned in C2, but then this becomes a density issue. Currently, this site has 94 hotel rooms and we want to keep it at 94. We would be looking at having studio apartments, 1-bedroom apartments, and then also having a few 2-bedroom apartments. There is sufficient parking on the site. We have amenities as it relates to pool. We'll have a room that will be available for residents, like a place where they can go and have Wi-Fi and a place to congregate on the property. There will be added security. There will not be someone on the site 24 hours a day, but there will be security. So the request that you have before you, I know that there have been problems as it relates to this in terms of calls that the police have come to the property. So let me give this as it relates to what it has been to the community up to this point. In 2019, there were 60 incident calls called on this property. In 2020, there were 100. In 2021, there were 140. In 2022, there were 148. There's problems on this particular site. There's problems with the management, and it really is a blight on the community. So the ask is to allow us to go through and change the use and create something that won't be that blight on the community. The same for this one and the next case. So we did try to have there was a neighborhood meeting we tried to attend. We were politely asked that they have their meeting and that we would have an opportunity at a later date. And I understand that. And we commit that we will have a meeting with the community. We have hired an architect to be able to start develop renderings of what this will look like. I don't have those today. We have been in limbo, as many of you know. This application was submitted in October of last year. We're now in April. And what we would ask is, don't delay us anymore. Allow us, take your vote and what you think is best, but then allow us to have the opportunity to meet with the community between now and city council. We will commit not to bring this up before city council until we have that meeting. And we would anticipate that that would be sometime 1st of May. But to delay us further, this is sort of unprecedented from what I have seen for cases in terms of the length of time it takes just to get to this process to have a vote today. So I think given the information in terms of what you see, again, we were just simply looking to convert this over to apartments. And I've handed out a couple of information that you can look at. One shows you the nearest residences as it relates to both of these cases. You're typically 300 plus feet between any building and any nearby closest residential home. And if you look at also on there, there are photographs that were taken back in March as it relates to Old Cleveland Pike of what you see from the road looking at into where these buildings are located. So again, I don't see this as being something that is sort of directly on top of the neighborhood adjoining us. There are issues that obviously need to be resolved as it relates to security and some of the other issues. But I think there is a solvable solution here that at the end of the day is probably best in everyone's interest, given the current situation of what's out there today. So if there's any questions, I'll be happy to answer those.
Thank you, Mr. Price. Mr. Payne.
Is there if you were to get the UGC, is that what you're asking for?
It is.
So is there landscape requirements or buffer requirements, or do you plan a buffer?
There are landscape requirements. The UGC would require a 20-foot landscape buffer adjoining residential properties. We have more than that as it relates to the areas back behind, which are currently undeveloped land.
So you would create a better buffer? You would plant something to...
The existing buffer that is there would be equivalent, is my guess, to meet those requirements. In areas where it is substandard, we can certainly add additional plantings where needed.
Any other questions for Mr. Price? All right. Thank you, Mr. Price.
Thank you.
Mr. Schultz, this case, 2022-0263, which is the next case, is directly adjacent and adjoins this property?
It does.
Okay. And so what I'd like to do is, Mr. Price, if you could come back up, we're going to rule on these two cases separately, but I suspect that the opposition that's here is probably opposed to 2022-0263 as well. And so when we hear from opposition, I'm going to ask for them to, voice any opposition to that case at the same time. So do you have any comments on 2022-0263?
So let me add that as it relates to the other hotel, we have calls for service again put into the police department on this adjoining property. In 2019, there were 234 calls. In 2020, there were 338 calls. In 2021, there were 409 calls. And last year, there were 390 calls. It simply continues to point that there are problems as it relates to the operation of both of these hotels. And so, given that as being the current case on those, and that we believe that this will be certainly an improvement by making it a for rent apartment. We are not seeking Section 8 or government housing assistance. We can't deny them, but we won't be seeking it. So this is not that. It is a for market rate rent development. So these are apparently becoming more commonplace. It's my first that I have run across, but I have seen some information as it relates to one that was converted in Nashville. And it seems to be doing quite well from everything that I was able to pull up and look at online. We may see more of these coming in the future. Housing is certainly in one of the most dynamic times that I have seen as it relates to the products and what people are looking at. If you had talked about accessory dwelling units 10 years ago, people would have said there's no way that we would approve something like that in our community. If you looked at going to 50-foot wide lots in the county, people would have said no way we would ever do things such as this. This is something that's simply new. We've seen for rent communities. That's new. Everything seems to be pretty dynamic and changing. This is another means that is able to meet the housing demand that Chattanooga is currently experiencing. And given that, I think this is an appropriate use, given the history as it relates to these two hotels at these particular locations. Again, if there's any questions, happy to answer those.
Any questions for Mr. Price?
Mr. Chairman, just for the record, this case here, 63, has 64 units proposed. Based on the current zoning, they could actually get 56. You're talking about roughly 8 different units by rezoning.
Thank you. Mr. Brown?
Brian, just the two cases combined, is it possible to tell me or the commission how many residential parcels this actually abuts? It looked like maybe less than a dozen or so. Is that?
We go back to the aerial view. The residential is to the west, just off this screen. It's off Old Cleveland Pike, immediately abutting these two. It's probably 6 or 7 immediately abutting it, but that subdivision is a little bit larger than that.
Okay. And just maybe just a quick comment, Mr. Price, similar to what Mr. Payne suggests. I don't like relative to screening, like fencing. I mean, I'm assuming you're going to consider all those things in order to kind of appease and give the folks that are maybe in opposition to this a little reassurance that this is going to be okay. I mean, is that fair?
Correct. I don't know that we'll get them to the point where they'll feel okay. We're going to certainly try that to give our best shot at trying to ameliorate those concerns. But security is one and buffering is another. And given what I think we can accomplish out through here, that can be done.
Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Price? All right. So we're going to hear from opposition now. If you're here in opposition to case 2022-0262 or 2022-0263, please come on up to the mic. State your name and address for the
My
record.
name is Buddy Presley, 1384 Gun Barrel Road. So I'm an attorney. I've represent quite a few of the homeowners in this. I'm going to be brief because they want to speak. But they have put together a petition with 175 signatures on it that we can, in opposition. I think the crux of this, and I'm going to let it go and let these neighbors talk, is that if the money was put into the hotel would be successful and you wouldn't need a change in zoning. And all this is going to do is exacerbate and create more of a problem over there than exists right now. The reason that there's a problem there is because those hotels have been allowed to decay. There needs to be an investment in those hotels. They need to be either converted over to a new owner or sold, but converting this to the UGC is not going to comport with the plan. And the last one that was done that is over there that was mentioned by staff, there was no opposition because actually no one knew or were notified that this was happening back when it was approved and ultimately went through city council, I think back in January. But I'll let the neighbors speak.
Hey guys, good to see you again. My name is Richard Williams. I live at 3011 Country Lane. I directly butt both these properties, adjacent to these properties. I'm also the president of the newly formed Silverdale Neighborhood Association. As the developers have suggested, we just kind of got together. We weren't in a position to talk with them. We're not against that. We will absolutely meet with them and talk to them. Our opposition to the rezoning of these properties, quite frankly, they don't need to come in front of rezoning if they were making them into, pardon my French, by God, apartments. Okay. Based on 2018 numbers, the average size of an efficiency apartment is 438 or 483 square feet, a one bedroom, 738 square feet. Okay. The reason that he's pushing for UGC is to take these existing motel rooms and stick people in them and call them apartments. And that is inhumane and unfair to the people that would live there. And the business model, quite frankly, is transient housing. It's nothing else. So he can say whatever he wants to say, but what he's proposing to you is transient housing, putting people in hotel rooms for long-term housing. The other thing I want to talk about is our community. Okay. In our community, there is no public transportation. So if you're sticking transient housing in there, you're landlocking. You're sticking them in an area that they can't get anywhere if they don't have transportation. The area is also a food desert. And what I mean by that is there are no grocery stores in our area without quite a couple mile drive. Okay. So you're landlocking them with no public transportation in a food desert. Okay. This is not the community for that. It doesn't have the infrastructure for what they're looking to do, and it's not right for what he's saying. The community in our community is overwhelmingly against this. If you take that petition that was just given to you and you look at it, it is 95% of everybody that lives or works within a half-mile radius of this area. Okay, and if Carol Burrs in our meeting hadn't told us that this application had been pulled from you, then we would have had more time to get more signatures than you have now. That's basically a 3-day effort after work. So just take that in mind as you're holding that petition. You basically have a 95% community against this proposal. And that's me walking and knocking on doors. So that's all I got. Thank you.
There's 4 minutes remaining.
I don't have much to say. My name is Jeannie Padgett. I live at 7415 Bonnie Oaks Drive. I've lived there since 1967. I've paid my taxes every year. When I moved there, it was Hamilton County. We were annexed, no complaints. Took half our front yard, no complaints. They increased our sewer taxes and put on a new water tax, no complaints. But now you're taking the legacy, that the only thing I have left to leave my children, you're devaluing that property. And I object. Thank you.
My name is Vanessa Harris. I live at 7417 Bonnie Oaks Drive. I'm right next door to the O'Connell Lodge. And when my family built the house at 3007 Country Lane in 1965, that's where I grew up. In 1981, I bought the house on Bonnie Oaks Drive. It was a safe place to raise my kids. And subsequently in 2015, I had to start raising my grandkids because I lost my son in a motorcycle accident. It was the country. It was a safe place. It was something we were proud of. I've lived on that corner for over 50 years of my life, right next door to this lady. I've known her since I was 12 years old. And I was hoping that the Ottawa exit, since all this growth went up around us, it would be like Ottawa or Hamilton Place, where we're bringing in tourism. And for some reason, we got to be the mecca for homelessness and transient workers and transient people. I mean, I feel like I'm under siege in my own house because right there where I'm at, I can't even sit on my front porch without homeless people coming up to my porch, knocking on my door, begging me for money. If I back in my driveway, coming home from the grocery store, they're waiting on me. This is now. He's talking about putting some kind of luxury motel, hotel. I mean, just like he said, it's transient people that are going to be living there. And they will not stay contained in that spot. They're going to bleed out into the neighborhood. They already have. They're all over that corner. And you mean, would you let this happen in your neighborhood? Would you want this in your neighborhood? I can't even add to the, extend my property, add on, improve, because I can't go outside and enjoy anything because of what's happening. It's horrible. I can't get excited about anything. And my property values have literally plummeted already because of what's happening. I was on the market to sell last year for 6 months. I barely got a nibble because people don't want to live around that. They don't want to live around it. And it's already happening. So it's just going to be worse. And, and this is actually the exit, the first exit in the Chattanooga city limits. This is what the people are getting to see when they enter Chattanooga city limits, is this people camped out on the corners. And I'm saying they will bleed out into the neighborhood. I already know this for a fact. And I mean, and not to mention the revenue that Chattanooga is losing by putting this type of establishment there, when they could be putting those money-making high-end hotels or restaurants or tourist things, the strip mall, anything besides this. Because right now, if you drive by there and look at that, it's horrendous. It is horrendous. I'm embarrassed to invite people over to my house because of the way that corner looks now. And it's just going to get worse. What he says is not going to happen. You can't cram all these families into that small space and expect them to live a functional, happy life, because that's what Budgetel tried to do over there, right? And look what it ended up being. So I implore you to please do not put this on us. I've lived in that. I mean, and everybody else, there's elderly people that are afraid to go check their mail. I mean, I guess I'm in that category now. I can't even go check my mail because of what is happening around here. And it's only going to get worse. I mean, it's horrifying. So, would you want it in your backyard? Would you? I mean, would you? I don't. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Schultz, I think we're time
I
up
think I have
on.
about 15 seconds left.
Okay.
Hi, my name is Cherie Williams, and I'm at 3011 Country Lane. My property directly impacts both of these. I want you to think about, we have a creek there, that all of this is going to be like right at our property line. But the biggest thing I want to tell you is my daughter is at home. She goes to Silverdale Church. You're talking about doing this less than probably a mile from the Silverdale school where children go to school. This is a real problem. Please, I'm begging you from the bottom of our hearts, do not do this to us and all the children, and that parents pay good money to try to keep their children safe. Please don't do this to us. Thank you for your time. Have an amazing day.
Thank you. Mr. Price.
Thank you. So let me just state that this is currently a transient homelessness problem in the area. We are not looking to have people move into this on a daily basis like it is now. That's how you get homelessness, right? People can go and rent these hotel rooms for a day. It's apartment complex. These are long-term rentals. We're not looking for families. We're looking for the single person, the couple, and then in the 2-bedroom situations where maybe, yes, you do have a family, but that's not going to be the majority. That's going to be a very small percentage of people that are going to be living in these. As it relates to being a food desert, yes, but again, we seem to make this assumption automatically. Everybody can only afford to get on a bus that's going to be living here. It's not the case. It's a for-market-driven product. People have cars. They have cars. They drive and get food, obviously. We'll do the same thing as it relates to our tenants. This is, as it relates to the church and school concern, my children went to Silverdale. this wouldn't have changed my mind on whether or not I sent them to that school. Matter of fact, this would help me to, based upon the things I have found out since this entire process started when the city began theirs, this actually gives me better hope that this can be addressing the concerns that have been out there for a long time. So given all of these factors, this is, again, the right use. They say throw more money at the hotels. Well, that's not what the current owners are going to do. I'd love to be able to just say they're going to throw a cash money towards this and fix it in terms of something that people want to stay at. But that's not what they're doing. That's not who I represent. I represent the buyer. He wants to put something in here that I think can, again, to address the issues. And given that, I think this is the right plan. Just any questions?
Mr. Price, between both these properties in the last year, how many police calls have been made?
If you added up the last 2 years, you're probably getting close to around 600 calls.
Okay. Not really. I am sorry. I mean, we just have these really procedures that we follow. And so time for public comment from the opposition's ended. So, okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Price? Mr. Webster.
Mr. Price, Thornhill Management Group, what is their history with other properties? I mean, do you have some solid examples that might make the people in opposition feel a little bit better about those?
So they do have rental properties here in the Chattanooga area, but there is nothing like this that we could point to say, here is a hotel that was converted. This is their first foray into this particular type of venture.
Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Price, there are a couple questions. Like the petition mentioned short-term rentals. I'm hearing you say long-term leases. What exactly what is your target market? Like what kind of lease agreements are we looking at? Are we talking 6 months, 12 months? Like how do you eliminate the transient vibe that I guess there is about this? And the second question is like an investment. Like, so you're representing the buyer. Like what kind of investment? Can you elaborate on what that might look like?
So you're looking at a minimum of 6 month rent lease agreements and really targeting the year longer rent as it really relates to terms. In terms of dollar amount and investments, I don't have any numbers to give yet. We've engaged an architect. We hope to have those numbers by the time that we meet with the community there sometime in May as it relates to that, and then also showing what the product then will look like from its current state to what we would see it turning into when we're finished. But you're certainly into the multi-million-dollar numbers as it relates to the development overall.
Thank you, Mr. Price. Mr. Lehman.
Brian, staff writes in these both of these cases that the current numbers that are allowable, is that based on the lot size, the existing footprint? Can you expound
Sure.
on? And that's a C2 density
Correct.
cap, correct?
Correct. And it's based on lot size, not the square footage of the building. It's lot size. And you may remember one of the reasons these cases were deferred for several months, staff drafted an amendment to remove that maximum density in C2. That did not pass the city council. So that's one of the reasons these cases have been deferred for several months. But yeah, you're correct. It's the lot size.
Thank you.
In regards to case 2022-0262, located at 7707 Lee Highway, are there any other questions? Any comments? Mr. Lau.
Brian, UGC has a floor plate, a regulation of 12,000 square feet.
That used to be in the requirements. That was removed about several months ago. So there's no maximum square footage anymore, no footprint.
Thank you. I was just thinking this floor plate is a little bit higher than that. Thank you.
Mr. Payne.
Just the question I have: if we approve this, is there a limit? Could they go in and put 5 more stories on and add more to it, or is there? Are we limiting it with the application, or what are we doing?
There is no limit now as far as conditions. UGC has a max height of 5 stories. You could, as a planning commission, recommend a condition limiting the height and the number of units, if you so choose. But right now, it comes to you from planning commission, from staff with no conditions.
Mr. Matthews.
Yeah, these are coming up quite a bit, and I'm really torn because we need affordable housing. The thing about it is I understand it, they could do 70 right now. Is that correct?
Yes, in this first case, 62, based on square footage, they could do 70 without rezoning it. There's
Without
94 total rooms today.
So if they don't get it, they can still go and do this project, although it may not be as feasible. I'm just really torn. We need that housing really badly. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Matthews, I was thinking the same thing. I mean, as I listen to your concerns, I just want to say that I live in an area of our city that has a great deal of homelessness, and we've dealt with it firsthand. You know, and it's created quite a bit of anxiety for my wife and our family at different times, and it has certainly been a struggle. And you know, so when I listen to you talk, it sounds somewhat familiar to me, just because we're having these same conversations around the dinner table at night, and you know, trying to figure out what that looks like. Because what's happened is a lot of the homeless population that has been on the North Shore that we wouldn't have seen in the past, as the North Shore has continued to get built and developed, it's kind of created a lot of pressure there. And then I think there's just been an increase in homelessness in general. And so I know full well that what you're talking about is legitimate and your concerns are real. You know, when I hear the number of police incident calls that you've had, what I don't know, and we're not here to necessarily have a conversation. I just want to say, I don't know how the city fixes that. When they have, 600 calls between two properties in 1 year, that's very, very difficult for a city to fix. It does seem to me that if the investment is made into this property and it's turned into long-term residence, that at least then there's a management company that's incentivized to make sure that they're dealing with those complaints and it's being addressed. It seems to me what's strange as I've listened to your opposition is why you're in opposition. Because currently you have huge problems in your back door. I mean, they're massive problems of a transient population that in some cases is misbehaving and has impacted your quality of life. Now somebody has come along and said, hey, we want to turn this into apartments so that it isn't what it has been. And you're here in opposition to it. I'm in favor of their request. I'm not really in the position to make a motion. But I just wanted to say that I've heard your concerns. I don't know how it turning into apartments makes things worse. I think it makes things much, much better for you over the long haul. So, Mr. Anderson, you have to what? We have a motion to approve, and it has been properly seconded. Any discussion? Yeah, we're on case 2022-0262. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. And in regards to case 2022-0263, we have a motion to approve, and it has been seconded. Any discussion? Mr. Verne. Can you turn your mic on? Just make sure they hear you.
Like, I guess the positive here is, well, this is likely going to be approved today. You all came in numbers. You voiced your concerns. This goes before city council next. You've been heard today. Like, I think everyone understands that this is an issue and you have concerns. And Mike Price, he committed to meeting with you all between now and city council to try and iron some of this stuff out. So, like, take that as a positive, I guess, was going to be my comment today. So, thank you.
We have a motion to approve. It has been seconded. Any other discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, I would say Again, staff recommended approval of these for all the reasons that you kind of outlined. While people are just leaving, I'll say I lived in a studio for 8 months last year as a newcomer to the city. I had a 6-month lease, and then I added 2 months more onto it until I found another place.
Well, the Choo Choo on the south side converted into 1-bedroom studios, and my sister actually managed those firsthand. And now I know a lot of people that actually live in those studio
There's
apartments.
people with disabilities that need studios. There are students, college students right now. We have lots of college students that can't find a place to live.
Yeah.
There's lots of folks that need places, a small place to live.
Yeah. Mr. Lau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A question for Brian and Dan. When we receive our packets, and when we receive the opposition notices, what is that process like? Because I actually like to review all of those, to see all of the names that have put their time in on the opposition. And that list that he had that we didn't receive was very long.
Yeah, we didn't receive that either. It'll be for the minutes. Now, what we give people, they can email us, RPA staff, up until Friday. And so that's why you get the list on Monday morning. It gives us on Monday morning to get all the comments we received during the week into that Google spreadsheet that you have in front. Now, sometimes they bring the petitions here that we're not aware of.
Thank you.
All right. Well, the next case on our agenda, and the first case under new business, is case 2023-0034, and it's located at 706 and 710 Manufacturers Road. And it's an application to rezone from M1 Manufacturer Zone to RRV 6 Riverview Zone and RRF 6 Riverfront Zone, and has a staff recommendation to approve with conditions. Is there any opposition present? We do have a motion to approve. Yes, Mr. Berg. I want to make sure yes, go ahead.
I'm curious about the condition limiting the building height to 5 stories. It seems to me that the form-based code was written pretty clearly with 6 stories in mind. So I'm just curious why that condition is recommended.
We're basing that condition based on the adjacent property that was rezoned this time last year. We had a condition of 5 stories just to be consistent. That condition came from City Council.
I think that's what they requested too.
I don't know if they requested that or not. We'll let the applicant.
Is the applicant present? Okay. And do you have any questions or concerns? We've got a motion to approve. Do you want to comment on anything before?
Tom Hazlett here on behalf of the applicant, and to your point, Mr. Bird, we would certainly appreciate approval without the five-story limit condition. We'll proceed if the condition is imposed, but our preference would be 6 stories. And the same developer, same owner does own the property adjacent, which has, I believe, a 5-story condition on that. But to the extent we could do 6 stories on this site, that would be preferable.
Why are we limiting stories? I just maybe.
Chairman,
I know that was just asked. What is it?
I'm happy to amend my motion to be 6 stories, but I'm going to tell you that the councilman for that district is going to change it to 5 when it gets to city council. So I'm happy to make that change, but Tom, it's going to change at city council.
Understand.
So, Chairman, I amend my motion to
approve without
approve
conditions.
the applicant condition of 6 stories without the staff condition of 5.
There are other conditions that pertain to coordination with the Riverwalk, and we would absolutely accept that. I mean, that's part of our intention.
And as stated, my change is only to the number of stories from 5 to 6.
Okay. So we have a motion to approve with an amended condition that the height be increased from 5 to 6, and it has been properly seconded. Any discussion? Did you want to say something? No. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Why are we limiting? Why does the city council person have a problem with 6 stories? Who is that?
I don't know, but I'll connect you with him and you can ask him after the meeting.
Who?
I think
I'm just curious.
It's Councilman Henderson. He's previously expressed that he would only allow 5 stories in that area, but the applicant's certainly willing to try for 6. This case will be heard by the Chattanooga City Council next month.
All right. next case on our agenda, it's item 2 under new business. It's case 2023-0035, and it's located at 8168 Bell Mill Road, and it's a special exception permit for a special event facility. And staff is recommended to approve with conditions. Is there any opposition present? Is the applicant present? And are you familiar with the conditions that staff has recommended? And do you take any issue with any of those conditions? Okay, we have a motion to approve and it has been seconded. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Next case is 2023-0036. And this is located at 8212 Bell Mill Road, and it's a special exceptions permit for a special event facility and has a staff recommendation to approve with conditions. Is there any opposition present? And do you have any issue with the conditions? What's the will of the commission? We have a motion to approve with conditions, and it has been properly seconded. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Next case is item 4 on our agenda, case 2023-0037, and it's located at 2844 Eblin Drive, and it's an application to rezone from R1 to M2, and has a staff recommendation to approve with conditions. Is there any opposition present? And is the applicant present? All right.
Mr. Chairman, we also did receive 3 emails in opposition, concerns with water runoff, detention ponds, and flooding. And that's in your Google sheet in front of you.
All right, Mr. Schultz, can you go over this?
Sure. This is case 2023-37. This is a request to rezone from R1 residential zone to M2 light industrial for an expansion of the existing lumber business and add outdoor storage. It's roughly 2.99 acres in size. Looking at the zoning map, to the north of this property, which is the current business, is zoned M2. To the west and north of that is M1. Immediately west of this side along Eblin Drive, that's R1. And to the south of this site is R1. So this would be an extension of existing zoning. In 2005, the property to the north, which is existing business, was rezoned from R1 to M2 with 3 conditions on the use, access to Eblin Drive and Ocoee Street only, and retention of a 60-foot buffer along Pole Branch, which is to the south of this property. You see on the property, it's a vacant piece of property. To the north is a lumber yard, and further north of the lumber yard is a railroad, then vacant industrial, and to the west is warehousing. This is about 400 feet to the east of Hickory Valley Road. And to the south of this property is a single-family subdivision. Here's a view of the site. The site just behind the picture of that boat. This is Eblin Drive. North of the site, this is the current business, 84 Lumber. South of the site, just showing you some of the existing single families that's nearby. This is west of the site on Ocoee Street. This property is in the Salford Road Lee Highway Plan, which is adopted in 2005, which recommends medium business mix, and that's typically C2 or office zones like O1 or R4, high density residential like R3 or similar type uses. This plan's well over 17 years old. There's a site plan that was submitted with the request. It's simply just an extension of the existing warehousing to the north. The property to the south is what's being rezoned. Staff recommends to approve with 2 conditions. Use as a wholesale lumberyard and related merchandise sales only. And access is to be through Eblin Drive or Ocoee Street only. The request is, like I said earlier, is an extension of the M2, which is light industrial. It is compatible with adjacent zoning and land uses. And again, staff recommends carrying over the conditions from the previous zoning cases to the north, which are these 2 conditions here. So staff recommends to approve with these 2 conditions as noted.
Thank you, Mr. Schultz. Any questions for staff before we hear from the applicant? All right, we'll hear from the applicant. Come on up.
Good afternoon, Jim Zonick, project engineer with 84 Lumber. And as stated previous, we have an existing 10-acre facility This is about a 3-acre expansion of the yard. We do not plan on accessing off of any other driveways. We'll just open up the fence and connect this property into our existing facility. It's basically just used for additional storage and for storage building and additional truck access. There'll be no new employees, no new parking needed, and I'll be happy to answer any questions anybody would want.
Thank you. Any questions for the applicant? Thank you. All right, we'll hear from the opposition. If you're here and you want to speak and you're in opposition, come on up to the mic. Make sure to state your name and address for the record.
Good afternoon. My name is Reverend Donald Coulter. I live in one of the adjacent properties, 6803 Pine Drive. And my main concern with this, and our family's main concern, is right now they have a retention pond that empties into Poe Creek, but it's not contiguous. It dumps out from the retention pond and then it spreads out over all our property. And if you were to walk back there, and I think my son sent some pictures, one of the things that's there is a lot of black from the asphalt that runs off in there. And whenever it rains, our property is flooded for a week or so. And I understand this is a different issue than what zoning would be, but we're concerned that by adding more flat surfaces, more asphalt and roof surfaces and whatnot, that we're going to have more of a water problem that makes our property, the part behind our home, makes it less useful because we can't go back there. The kids can't go back there. It's all mucky and whatnot. The other concerns that we have are, as I put in my email, are right now there is a bit of a noise problem. Most of it we get around, but they have an alarm system that it's not staffed regularly. When that alarm goes off, it goes off for long periods of the time. I assume to scare whoever's away, but it doesn't necessarily. The problem is that if it goes off at 2 a.m, it's on for 15 minutes. It's right behind our home, and I wear earplugs when that happens. I put them in after it wakes me up, and that's not a regular occurrence, but it's occurrence enough that it's bothersome. The other part of noise, which I guess is the normal part of the business, is their backup alarms on their equipment, their forklifts and their things. Moving it closer to our house is another issue that we have, and I doubt if there's anything you guys can do about that kind of thing. But these are issues that we have with the quality of life, and I guess my concern after listening to some of the other ones is, what is the buffer there? To me, it would seem that with a 60-foot thing isn't going to really matter. We need something higher that's going to stop the light pollution, stop the noise, those kind of things. But the main concern is the water, because that runoff, and we've worked with them before, but it was a one-time thing and it didn't really solve the problem. And so I'm concerned about what's going to be the result of that on with new construction on top of that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Philip McCall, 6803 Pine Drive, same residence, all 484 lumber. Hey, your business is doing good. You want to be able to expand. I'm all for that. There's nothing listed in the considerations for this expansion to take into account any of the things that we have sent in that email that we were concerned about. If there could be some restrictions put on it or something put in place to address those concerns, it sure would make us feel a whole lot better about our neighbors to the north. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, where'd our applicant go? Can you come back up? You've heard the concerns of your neighbors. Anything to say in regards to that?
Yeah, first off, the first I've heard about the existing condition problem with our existing lumber yard. So maybe we can get with them and work that problem out. with the issues. Secondly, and I didn't know about the alarms. It must be something with our fire alarm maybe that's going off that we can correct. As far as the proposed facility, the expansion, we do have a pond proposed, and that will be designed, per regulations, so that we ensure that any new runoff on the new 3-acre expansion is going to a pond by itself, and it's not going into any other existing pond that would cause downstream conditions to these neighbors. So, but we can surely look at the existing conditions of the existing pond.
Any questions for the applicant?
Would you be open to restrictions on dumpster hours, let's say, and the lighting, not aiming toward your neighbors, and maybe a buffer or some kind of?
Yeah, we've already added the 30-foot buffer as required. And I don't know how many trees existing are back there. I think it's pretty substantially vegetated right now. We have proposed the additional screening along that south property line. We can surely add some more screening as it wraps around the southeast corner, which was actually where that existing pond is at. So we can look at additional screening, and we can go back out and look at lighting to see if there is some to make sure it's shining into the yard and not onto the neighbors.
Mr. Chairman, to Commissioner Payne's question, landscape regulations would require type A 30-foot buffer where this abuts the R1 to the south. There's also ordinance in the zoning code about lighting has to be directed down and away from residential. So that's handled already through the zoning code.
My biggest concern would be the noise from the trucks. I mean, it sounds like that's already a problem. What are your hours of operation in that yard?
7 to 6, Monday to Friday, and 9 to 12, 8 to 12 on Saturdays.
Okay. All right. Any other questions for the applicant? Mr. Matthews?
Mr. Chairman, are you aware of the conditions?
Yes, I am.
And you're okay with those?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, move to approve with conditions.
We make we have a motion to approve and has been properly seconded. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Next case is 2023-0038, and it's an unaddressed property and in the 1700 block of Mulberry Street. And it's an application to rezone from R2 to UGC and has a staff recommendation to approve with conditions. Is there any opposition present?
Chairman, we did receive one email in opposition to this, which is in your Google document. It's basically talking about duplexes, all other stuff in here I won't go into, but it's really about the nuisance of having more types of duplex rentals in the neighborhood.
Gotcha. Sir, you're here in opposition to this?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we'll need to hear from staff first, then we'll hear from the applicant, and then you'll have an opportunity to speak.
Okay,
Mr. Schultz.
This is case 2023-38, the request to rezone from R2 residential zone to UGC multifamily residential. It's roughly 0.17 acres in size, proposing 6 units. That's a density of 35 dwelling units per acre. See, on the zoning map, everything around this property is zoned R2. There is no other commercial zones or UGC in the general vicinity of this property. Applicant did submit 3 conditions with the request. Residential uses only. Parking shall be located to the rear and access shall be located from the alley. And condition number 3, maximum building height of 3 stories. The closest UGC to this property is about 660 feet to the north. And you can see to the south where this request is, about 2 blocks down to the south is the request. This is a vacant piece of property. To the north, immediately abutting this side is single family detached. To the east, across Mulberry Street, is single family and a vacant piece of property. To the south, across East 18th Street, is multifamily structure, and then single family, and then institutional at the corner of East 18th and Mulberry Street. Here's a view of the site of Mulberry Street and the 18th Street. Another view of the site. This is north of the site on Mulberry Street. This is a view south of the site. Southeast of the site, which is the institution of the church. And then this is east of the site. West of the site, which is a single family dwelling. This property is in the historic River to Ridge Area 3 plan, which, as a reminder, was adopted in 2020. The plan recommendation or place type is urban residential. The primary goal of that place type is primary uses include single family detached, accessory dwelling units. It does allow a variety of residential configurations. Parking is typically to the rear and accessed from an alley or located on a alley. This is a view of the site plan. It shows parking off of the alley or access to the site off the alley with a house fronting Mulberry Street. The request with these conditions would be compatible with Area 3 Historic River to Ridge Plan. It is compatible with surrounding land uses and development reform. Staff recommends conditions related to density, use and form, and height to ensure compatibility with adjacent neighborhood. And those conditions are residential uses only, which is what the applicant requested. Maximum of 6 units, applicant requested that. Access shall be located from the alley, which again was the applicant request, and staff added number 4. Maximum building height of 3 stories, because UGC, you can go up to 5 stories. So staff added a condition of 3 stories. The staff recommends approve with those 4 conditions.
Thank you. Mr. Jones?
Good afternoon. My name is Alan Jones with Stone Creek Consulting. So when we were looking at this site for an infill housing opportunity, first we looked at a site, I think Brian mentioned it on the map, about 2 blocks north. Last year, a site was rezoned for a 6-plex for UGC. So we looked at that as one of our kind of a comp, I guess, if you want to call it that, as far as what's already been accepted in this neighborhood. But we also looked at, what could we do to kind of hit the same square footage and the same kind of option to kind of, if we kept it R2. So what we're proposing is 6 one-bedroom units. I think we've seen a lot of these developing in Chattanooga to provide but more affordable one-bedroom units for folks that can rent. So we looked at, okay, if we're looking at similar square footage, if we did a duplex, we could do a duplex in the site, but you're looking at 2 duplexes, but they're going to be 3 bedrooms, which is really kind of the same number of bedrooms. But when we start running the rents on these, the rents of a 3-bedroom duplex is just we're not going to be able to get that rent out here in this neighborhood. So we're looking at trying to get the rents per unit a little bit lower, and a little bit more affordable, so that way we can find a good market to rent these out to. With this site being located on a corner, it is nice because we've got access to an alley in the rear, so we can provide rear parking in the back. We do have ample space on the site to get the 6 parking spaces that we need for this site. And I do, and now I'll just, I think I'll leave, we're good with the conditions that RPA, they added one more condition of capping it at 6 units. We're good with that condition, and I'll yield my time to the opposition that's here.
Any questions for the applicant? All right. Thank you, Mr. Jones.
I live directly behind the house on Beach Street.
State your name and address for the record.
Clark Colbert, 1710 South Beach.
Thank you.
I moved in this neighborhood 12 years ago. It's R2, but generally it's single family dwellings. A lot of this gentrifying, just like the neighboring neighborhood, Highland Park. You got the really high density coming in with Milltown, just like the other end of Main Street. But most of the investors who are buying the older homes and gentrifying them, remodeling them, fixing them up, they're keeping them single family. A lot of the lots, or all of the lots that I've seen so far that are being new built homes, they're building single family homes. And they're rented right. If they're either rented or sold immediately. Some of the older homes that are just lipstick on a pig, they're filling them full of. They keep them filled at price points of $1,300 a month in these single family, which is a lot. And one of his points was, well, if they made it just a duplex where it's already zoned R2, the price point, they just couldn't rent it. 3-bedroom. Well, 3 bedrooms are getting $1,300 a month. I don't know how. And you're talking about 2 of those, $2,600 a month out of a 1/8 of an acre lot. And that's not picking your price point. That's pretty ridiculous. Make single bedroom, 3-story little thing here, so they can have lower rents. I don't know what was going to be your price point. Yeah. Lower rent means, it's just like the single bedroom hotel right down the street. It's a crackhead motel. We've already heard a lot about the crackhead motels, and it's all about management, which determines how this will be rented out to, who it'll be rented out to. After the zoning is built, it's there. They have the parking from the alley. Right now, there's really not a lot of use from the alley. Most of the parking is street parking or parking to driveways in the front. I actually do have a concrete slab to the alley side, and a few people have gravel on the back, but it's primarily from the front and street. He has the long side street to actually have parking from the side. They just have to lay a pipe because it's an open stormwater. That would be an improvement. That's a lot of traffic. 6, just right there on the alley side. But the main thing, you're talking about 6 single bedroom units on this tiny little lot in a neighborhood that's primarily single family, and taking the family out of the neighborhood. That's what you're doing. And my neighbors across the street, I talked to them. Now they're working people. They've just bought the house that was completely redone, paid $250,000 for that for a single family home and starting a young family. And I've spoken to other neighbors, they have families and living in family homes. And that's the neighborhood we want to continue to live in.
Any questions for the applicant or the opposition? All right, thank you. Mr. Jones?
I think just a couple comments in response to what he was stating. Taking the family out of the neighborhood, I could understand that if this was an existing single family house that we were tearing down, but this is a vacant lot, and building today, the building costs are really, really high right now. So this is one way to provide a good housing option in the community. As far as parking, usually we hear that we don't have enough parking, but I think in this situation, as you pointed out, we do have good on-street parking options. And as more quote unquote commercial housing gets developed, that's how we're going to start getting our streets improved as well. If we were just put a single family house here, the resident would not be required to put in sidewalks and curb and gutter. But as this gets developed under a commercial land disturbance permit, then that's going to help start bringing sidewalks and start bringing improvements to this community. And also I think with this one being kind of catty-cornered from the existing church across the street, the height to me kind of blends in with, yes, the existing single families, most of them are 1 story, but with a larger structure across the street, I don't feel like this lot in particular would be out of context. If we're in the middle of a block and not on a corner, I don't think I could stand up here and try to defend this site, but I think being on a corner with alley access and where this is in relation to the community, I think it would be an appropriate site.
Thank you. Mr. Jones, any questions for Mr. Jones? All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
In regards to case 2023-0038, what's the will of the commission? We have a motion to approve, and it has been properly seconded. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, to be clear, that was with the conditions.
Next case on our agenda is a mandatory referral. It's item 6 on our agenda under new business. And it's located at it's case 2023-0039. It's located at the 2500 block of Chamberlain Avenue. It has a staff recommendation to approve. Is there any opposition present?
Mr. Chairman, staff did receive one email in opposition. Basically, the right-of-way provides character to the neighborhood and acts as a waiting area for turning vehicles.
All right. And is the applicant present? Thank you. We don't have any opposition. We have a motion to approve, and it has been seconded. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. For the record, Mr. Lyle recused himself. Yes. Thank you. Case 2023-0040 is located at 4980 Lily Lane, and it's an application to rezone from R2 to C2 and has a staff recommendation to approve with conditions. Is there any opposition present? Is the applicant present? And are you familiar with the conditions? Okay, what's the will of the commission? We have a motion to approve with conditions, and it has been properly seconded. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Next case is 2023-0041. It's located at 2001 Riverside Drive, and it's an application to rezone from M1 to C2. It has a staff recommendation to approve with conditions. Is there any opposition present? Is the applicant present?
Mr. Chairman, I think the applicant has revised conditions to staff's conditions they would like to talk about.
Okay. Thank you. All right.
Yes, I'm Jay Floyd with Reagan Smith. I'm the applicant, and these gentlemen are representing Southeastern Associates, the developers. I'd like to tell you a little bit about the project.
Okay.
Yep. Road Seeker, Southeastern Development. I just want to take a few minutes to talk about Southeastern and show some past projects that we've done, several which are local in Tennessee. So Southeastern Development started in 1987. We specialize in mixed-use projects, retail being a big part of what we do. One of Kroger's larger JV partners, apartments, office, and hotels. I've got a couple of examples here of different projects we've done, one of which is One Riverside, which is close to the subject site, next to Erlanger Hospital. There's some pictures of the development there. It's 278 garden-style units. The amenities include resort-style pool, club room, cyber lounge, fitness center, and dog spa. You go to the next slide. So pictures of the property there. The interior units, you try to build luxury apartment units. Goal being a step above our competition in the market. You go to the next slide. One Riverwalk is Knoxville, Tennessee, which is a project we just finished a couple of years ago. Located downtown on the Tennessee River. Our site overlooks downtown Neyland Stadium. You go to the next slide. So this is spring 2014. It was a former hospital, 800,000 square foot hospital, which we demolished. Basically everything from the office building on the left across. You go next slide. So built back 303 first-class multifamily units, 1,000 beds, student housing, and 170,000 square foot office building, currently occupied by Regal Cinemas, and the project is currently 99% leased. The next slide shows how the site sits today, which we also did a 1,600-foot river walk in front of the site with the town of Knoxville and a 20,000 square foot event center. You go to the next slide. These show pictures of the project, fitness center, large club room, resort style pool here as well that overlooks the Tennessee River. Units very similar to what we have here in Chattanooga. Next slide is Shelter Cove Town Center in Hilton Head, which is an old mall which we purchased a few years ago and redeveloped into a 300,000 square foot retail center, 240 Class A multifamily units, and a 5-acre park with the town of Hilton Head. Let me go to the next slide. This shows the top, shows what it was when we purchased it, and the bottom's how it sits today. You can see the 240 units, and then the retail building, which Kroger is our anchor there. The next slide shows rendering of the apartment building and the retail. And the next has pictures of the retail, which is high-end shops, mostly national tenants. The next shows our apartments that we built there. Very similar to what we did, we got here in Chattanooga as well. The next project is Nashville, which we're delivering units today. This is a Metro Center, which is just north of downtown. Very similar to what we would do here on the subject site. This is 467 units right on the Cumberland River, with existing Riverwalk. Again, we just delivered our units there. Next slide shows our renderings of our pool and units. You can go to the next slide. So our site here, we would have there's an existing office building, which is 65,000 feet. That Kenco has a long-term lease on. So that would stay on the site for, could be 5-10 years based off their lease term. And we would envision that as, could remain office long-term, or we could renovate it for a hotel or office building. We've tried to maintain the views to the river in front of the site, which is why we've got, an open area between the two proposed multifamily buildings, which you can see most of our two multifamily buildings, which will front the river. Could you go back one second? And then we've also got retail, which we've planned in the front, which we met with Councilwoman Noel and discussed that. And it would appear that's a desire for the neighbors in the areas to have retail based off the feedback we received. So that would be something that we would, try to get on the frontage there. And then the corner building at Wilcox is an existing building which has a lease, which hopefully that they'll stay long term, or that could be a retail building as well in the future. That's it, and just look forward to any feedback you guys have. Happy to answer any questions you have. Thank you.
Hey, can we jump into these conditions real quick? Yes. Is that you that we need to talk to about these? So we've got staff recommendation to approve your request with 6 conditions. You're familiar with those conditions?
Yes.
And do you take issue with any of them?
We sent back comments to them. Yes.
Yeah. What's on the screen right now is the staff recommendation with 6 conditions. Next screen is what I received this morning, where they requested to tweak some of the language of the conditions. One in red, number 1, the maximum height of any future building shall be 5 stories. That's the same condition that worded a little different than what staff had.
Why that nuance? Is there some building there right now that's over 5 stories or something? What is that?
I'll let the applicant.
No, yeah, we were fine with maximum height of 5 stories.
Okay.
Condition number 2, the staff. I'll just go through staff conditions first. Maximum height of 5 stories, 100-foot building setback from the river, no on-site parking, surface parking, loading areas within 25-foot front setback along Riverside Drive, no on-site parking, surface parking, loading areas between the buildings and river, auto-oriented uses excluding restaurant drive-thrus, adult-oriented establishments, self-storage, and hospitals shall be prohibited. And finally, condition number 6, ADA compliant sidewalks, the minimum width of 5 feet shall be installed interior to the site and connect to the Riverwalk to provide pedestrian connection with safe, direct, and convenient access connecting to public streets and parking lots to the primary building entrances and all other uses in the development that allow public access. Pedestrian access between the building and the parking areas must be physically separated from drive aisles, except when crossing a drive aisle. So the applicant had saw our conditions and tweaked those a little bit. So they're proposing the revisions are maximum height of any future building shall be 5 stories. Instead of condition number 2, instead of 100-foot, they've worded it to 85-foot building setback from the river as defined by the floodway edge per Form-Based Code District RF, the public realm setback exhibit. Condition number 3 is the same. No on-site surface parking loading areas within the 25-foot setback along Riverside Drive. Condition number 4, no on-site surface parking loading areas within 85 foot from the river as defined with the floodway edge. All uses allowed in C2 shall be allowed except for adult-oriented establishments and hospitals. And condition number 6, developer shall work with the City of Chattanooga planning staff to accommodate a minimum 5 foot wide ADA compliant sidewalk at a mutually acceptable location that connects Riverside Drive to the Riverwalk. That City of Chattanooga planning staff, that should be Chattanooga Public Works or CDOT, not planning staff.
Okay, thank you.
I'll let the applicant describe the difference in the conditions, what their thinking was.
The 85 feet, the building we show closest to the river is 85 feet from the river's edge. You see the building on the eastern side of there. Was a reason for that change. The existing parking for the office building currently runs to Riverside Drive. So we just made a note on number 3 that the existing parking would be excluded from that. And then the on-site surface parking, we made that the same 85 feet from the river as well, because we do have parking that's currently existing behind the office building. And then, we've got loading areas that we could have behind the apartment buildings as well. And then the change to number 5, with the retail options that we would have on the front there, we feel like that will be a big focus of ours to try to, have a good variety of tenants there. And, grocery could be a component that we have in the neighborhood. On our meeting that we had, expressed that they would like that. And most grocery stores have fuel centers. So that was one, just kind of thinking through the limitations that the language you proposed. So that was the reason for the change we made there. And then number 6, the apartment buildings do have some private parking areas, some gated areas. And I think the goal of it, my understanding, was to have a public access way from Riverside Drive to the Riverwalk. So, we're saying we will work with staff to achieve that, to have that public access from Riverside to the Riverwalk. We just tweaked the language a little bit.
Wait, that would be through your property?
Yes.
Okay. From Riverside Drive to, I'm just catching that nuance.
Staff's condition did not read like that. Actually doesn't mention Riverside Drive. I think it's a great idea if they can connect Riverside Drive to the Riverwalk, and I applaud them for trying to find a way to do it on their side.
I guess we didn't really understand.
Staff's condition just said within the development to try to connect to Riverside to the Riverwalk. Connect the development to the Riverwalk with safe access for all the residents.
The plans are, I think, to make improvements to Wilcox Bridge with pedestrian connections. This would be one way to get from Wilcox all the way over to the Riverwalk. And just how furthers that process of getting there.
Mr. Maybe and then Mr. Lehman.
Quick question for staff. So based at least on number 6 there, would you say that what the applicant is suggesting in that modified kind of exceeds what y'all were trying to accomplish?
Yeah, it does. I think one thing I would recommend changing is that from Chattanooga planning staff to Chattanooga Department of Transportation or Public Works, whichever one that department would be responsible for that.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, and my only comments related to that because obviously the Riverwalk was built to help spur some of this development through that, but actually Hamilton County Parks and Recreation manages that. It's obviously jointly owned with the city of Chattanooga, but I believe the county manages that. So I'd only ask that you maybe add Hamilton County Parks and Rec as part of that number 6, just to make sure we're talking to the right people.
Okay.
We have a motion that has been seconded to approve the request with the applicant's modified conditions. Is there any discussion? With the change that on 6, that the developer coordinate with Chattanooga Department of Transportation. Is that right, Brian?
Yes, and Hamilton County Department
And
of
Hamilton County
Parks and Rec.
Parks and Rec. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next case on the agenda is case 2023-0042, and it's located at 11305 Blair Road, and it's an application to rezone from R5 to R3. It has a staff recommendation to deny. Is there any opposition present? Is the applicant present? We have a motion to approve. Yeah, there's no opposition. All I have is a motion to approve. It has been properly seconded. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Your application was approved. It is actually the case that your application was approved. Yes. It does go on to county commission.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
So it wasn't, did everybody on this end vote? I wasn't sure I got everybody vote.
I didn't get any no's, so.
Okay. Wasn't clear on this end.
I got a motion to approve.
I would ask you had a staff recommendation to deny. I think it's appropriate just to at least have that read into the record.
Yes, staff recommendation on 2342 was to deny.
All right, Mr. Anderson, no more. You're confusing everybody. It does, actually. It passed unanimously. Thank you. All right, case 2023-0043, located at 850 Oak Street, is an application to rezone from R3 to R4 and has staff recommendation to approve with conditions. Is there any opposition present?
Mr. Chairman, this is that guy I spoke earlier. I don't see him now. I don't know if he's left the room.
Yeah, he was
here just a few minutes ago.
Okay.
But we did not receive opposition emails. He's the only one I know of that's in opposition.
Okay. And is the applicant present? All right. And are you familiar with the staff recommended conditions? Okay. We have a motion to approve with conditions. And it has been properly seconded. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. For the record, Mr. Anderson abstained. Next case is item 11 on our agenda. It's case 2023-0044. It's located at 2430 Suck Creek Road. And it's an application for a single wide manufactured home permit and has a staff recommendation to approve. Is there any opposition present? We have a motion to approve and it has been properly seconded. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Next case on the agenda is case 2023-0045 and it's located at 2001 Hollister Road. It's an application to rezone from R2A to O1. I'm sorry. It's an application to rezone from R2A and O1 to C3. And staff has recommended to deny the applicant's request and approve other with conditions. Is there any opposition present? All right.
Mr. Chairman, we did receive several emails in opposition, which you should have in your Google handout as well.
Thank you. And I'm assuming the applicant's present. Okay. We'll hear from Mr. Schultz first.
Yes, this is case 45. This is a request to rezone from R2A Rural Residential District and O1 Office District to C3 General Business Commercial District. Proposed use is RV boat storage. That's 4.7 acres in size, the entire property. Looking at the zoning map, this property has a split zoning designation, R2A and O1. Immediately to the south of this property is C3. To the north of this property is R2A. To the east, across Hollister Road is R2A. And to the west of the property is R2A and C3. There's been really limited zoning history in this area. In 1987, 3708 Taft Highway was rezoned from O1 to C3, which immediately is to the south of this property. This property is about 230 feet to the north of Taft Highway. See on the screen, this is a vacant piece of property. To the north, abutting this side, is single-family detached dwellings. To the south along Taft Highway is commercial uses and the utility use. To the east of this site is single family, and to the west is vacant property. Here's a view of the site. Another view of the site. This is Hollister Road looking north. This is a view east of the site, some of the single family dwellings. This is south of the site at Hollister Road and Taft Highway, the convenience commercial store. This is south of the site across Taft Highway, which is again more commercial uses. This property is the 1997 Walden's Ridge Plateau Plan, which is quite old. It's still useful today. The plan goals are for commercial uses at this location. New commercial growth should be balanced to maintain rural mountain character. Commercial node development is encouraged instead of strict commercial development. So that's one of the things we looked at during the review of this property. This is the original site plan that was submitted with the application showing off-street parking spaces. The staff recommendation is to deny the applicant's request for C3 for the entire site and approve other, which is approve the O1 zone to C3 and leave the remainder of the site as zoned. A portion of the request is compatible with the Walden's Ridge Area Plateau Plan. Staff recommends again rezoning the O1 district to C3 with conditions related to use to ensure compatibility with the surrounding land uses while not expanding the commercial node beyond its current O1 district. The R2A district portion of the site shall remain unchanged to serve as a buffer between the proposed RV storage and the single family to the north. So again, that's why staff recommended deny the applicant's request and approve other with one condition. Office, single family and two family dwellings, barber and beauty shops, RV and boat storage only. Sales and services of RVs, boats, and vehicles are prohibited. So this comes. Oh, and here's the map of the request. So this would be to rezone the O1 to C3 and to keep the R2A as R2A. That's the staff recommendation.
Okay. Any questions or comments for staff?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to request that I'd like to make a motion that we move this to our May regular planning commission. I think it's still fair to hear from the opposition and the applicant first, but I just wanted to make that motion.
Okay. You want to hold that? I tell you what, let's do that. Let's hear from, because there's a number of people in opposition. So why don't you hold that motion? And any questions for staff? So the recommendation from staff is to only allow rezoning of a certain portion and leave a buffer. Is that correct? That's the reason why you say deny, but another. Okay.
Yeah, the applicant request was rezone the entire site to C3. Staff is recommending to deny that request, but approve half the site for C3 with condition.
Okay. Without any questions for staff, if the applicant wants to come forward, you've got 7 minutes to talk a little bit about the project. And then did I see a number of people here in opposition? So if whoever wants to speak, we'll do 7 minutes with the applicant, and then you'll have 9 minutes. But sir, if you'll come forward and give your name and address.
Colin Johnson, Reagan Smith Associates. I live on Signal Mountain, 416 Gentleman's Ridge, but our office is downtown Chattanooga, 1410 Calvert Street. So basically, I was going to come forth and first and foremost request a deferment we were a little bit surprised with the amount of opposition on it. And that said, my client kind of wants to embark upon some public outreach, get some feedback from the neighborhood and that kind of stuff.
Well, okay, then great. If you want to, if the opposition wants to make any statements, please do, because they did take time out of their. But
yeah, I will go ahead and speak a couple of things. My initial reactions too, if you don't mind, while I have some time.
Yeah, go ahead.
Totally understand the concern on the buffer between the commercial and the residential. My only concern with this is kind of peculiar to have one parcel of land be forced upon to have two zones. So it's one singular parcel, and so the person who's buying it, you're kind of backing them into a corner with that R2A wedge, because it's basically a non-developable lot. There's no right of way for it. There's an unopened right of way that's really not big enough to open a right of way. So basically, you'd be creating a square of land, R2A, that 100% can't be developed in its current shape. So that's kind of a peculiar request. So we do want to explore that further and the implications of that with our client, with the neighbors. One of the things that was feedback is there was originally shown some access off of Hollister Road. We're going to pull off of that. We're going 100% close that, so there'll be no traffic impacts to Hollister Road or any folks there. It'll pull through the existing storage facility. So what you can't see is that part of this land also includes the existing storage that's pretty dilapidated in its current condition. My client's going to come in and remediate that site, upgrade the building, upgrade the storage facilities, and hopefully make that less of an eyesore on Taft Highway, and then allow access from that front facility back into the rest of the parking area. So generally, you're looking at a pretty big upgrade for the whole area. The other thing to point out is the R2A portion, where we're sort of being constrained. That's primarily been set aside as stormwater anyway, so it's not going to be fully developed in that shape. And then, we're certainly going to explore possibility of expanded buffers. Currently, the standard dissimilar buffer there is 25 feet with a standard landscape screening. We're going to explore the possibility of what would it be like to maybe expand that to create a bigger buffer there, self-impose a condition. We're just not sure what all the ramifications are. So that's kind of why we want to defer, ask some questions to the neighbors, give them a chance to give us some input, and certainly hear them out in their comments now. So.
Great, thank you. And ma'am, if you want to come forward, and it sounds like a deferment may be appropriate.
Sure.
But yes, ma'am, your name and address.
I'm Rachel Trout. I live at 1905 Hollister Road. It's the second house past 2001 Hollister Road on the left. And I have gone around and gathered 68 signatures from residents on Hollister Road, Umbarger Lane, Fairmount Road, where the creek runs, where he's talking about the runoff area, Gahagan Road, and Morning Dove, all opposing the rezoning of 2001 Hollister Road. Reagan Smith's zoning application narrative states, in order to construct and operate an RV and boat storage lot, C3 would accommodate this use and provide continuity with existing C3 parcels along Taft Highway. Now, as I continue reading our statement, please ask yourself, what about the continuity with the existing residential parcels along Hollister Road and Umbarger? The people who have lived here for years and enjoy this rural community. 2001 is currently zoned R2A/01, which is in keeping with the residential aspects of the neighborhood. And even 01 as office use would mean limited office hours, lighting times, and traffic. Whereas commercial C3 means extended open hours, more traffic, increased safety concerns, trash issues, etc., and exposes the community to possibly an even more invasive business and even light manufacturing uses in the future. Not to mention this area is still on septic. Also, the property adjacent that is directly on Taft Highway and is currently vacant and for sale could be used, and Zone 3C should be on Taft Highway only. The reason I mentioned septic and sewer is that the same plan referenced by Reagan Smith in their zoning application narrative specifically references the 1997 Walden's Ridge Plateau Area Plan. Within that plan, sewers were to be extended to the Hamilton County and Sequatchie County line. That has not happened, and this plan is 25 years old, meaning it's very outdated. Typically, these plans are updated every 5 years, so it's way past due for an update. 2 weeks ago, on March 28th, Mayor Wamp held a press conference announcing the growth study plan for county's unincorporated areas, with Commissioners Chip Baker and Ken Smith leading the planning efforts for Mid-County, defined as unincorporated parts of Signal Mountain and Middle Valley. This property and area of unincorporated Signal Mountain should not be changed to commercial C3 and should be discussed further in the mid-county session and involve public hearings and input from residents. The lot at 2001 is adjacent to several homes on Hollister Road and Umbarger Lane. My home is on the same side of the road, and the property is visible to the left and to the rear of our backyard. We literally bought this house for the backyard, where we spend most of our time tending to the garden, chickens, relaxing, entertaining, and playing. All of the homes at the beginning of Hollister Road and Umbarger Lane were built in the 1960s. Ours is one of the newest, having been built in 1985 after a fire destroyed the original home. Miss Charlotte Everton's home on Umbarger Lane sits directly adjacent to the property. She and her husband built their home in 1962, and she can usually be found sitting outside enjoying the day. Dwight Young lives on Umbarger Lane in what was his mother's house, which was built in the 30s, and he has a large garden every year. Jeff McIntosh's property is adjacent, and he's been in his home in Umbarger for 41 years and has a large garden every year. We, like the majority of the residents in our unincorporated area of Fairmount, live here because of the rural setting. We don't live here for shopping and amenities. We live here for the landscape, the quiet, the nature, and the community. We're opposed to rezoning 2001 Hollister Road to C3 for several reasons, including the decreased property value of our largest investment, which are our homes, stormwater runoff, which is already an issue for the homes across the street and at the front of Gahagan, and the houses downhill and down the road from 2001 Hollister Road. Sarah Downs at 1801 Gahagan Road just spent $20,000 fixing her washed out driveway from the amount of water already coming off of Hollister Road onto her property. There's a creek on 2001 that runs across Umbarger that feeds a pond at 1701 Hollister Road and continues across Fairmount. Security of our property and neighborhood, with strangers having 24/7 access to the proposed boat and RV storage facility. Noise pollution. Increased traffic. Hollister Road's already a narrow road and a busy street, which is becoming more and more dangerous for families to take walks together. Many have had to continue to have mailboxes hit so much that Tammy Riley's on her 4th mailbox, and it got hit again this week. The Dabneys, directly beside it, had to move their mailbox completely off the road, and they live across from 2001, and the Dabneys are next door. An entrance and an exit to RV and boat storage from Hollister Road would be a nightmare for our residents. Light pollution. We want to be able to go outside and see the sky and the stars at night from the mountain. Litter and trash, it's already an issue because of the MAPCO at the corner, and adding commercial space will only increase the amount that we continuously have to pick up from our yards. Sewage and bad water. Boats and RVs have black tanks for sewage and gray tanks for dishes and washing hands, which contains grease, oil, and soap. These tanks must be dumped, rinsed, and flushed with clean water after each trip. You don't want any of this going into the ground, the soil, and the creek on Hollister Road. There isn't anything noted on the application addressing discharging stations. There isn't anything noted either about signage for a no discharge zone, which prohibits the discharge of treated boat sewage. This is a huge concern for the residents adjacent to 2001 and all along the stream that flows from the property. The residents of Morning Dove neighborhood across Taft Highway from the property also have concerns about their property values, security, noise, traffic, and light pollution. So as you may have surmised, this is a well-established residential area and should continue to be a rural residential area. Please protect our largest investments, which are our homes, and the area that we love by denying the rezoning of 2001 Hollister Road to commercial C3. Thank you for your consideration. And thank you for wanting to talk with us.
You can finish this case.
Yeah, he's gonna let me finish this case. You've got a 2-minute rebuttal. I didn't know, sir, if you wanted to speak or not. I'm sure the time's probably.
We're all adjacent.
My name is Jeff McIntosh. I live at 3905 Umbarger Lane. This property will literally be in my backyard. I'll see it from across my fence and my trees and my garden and my family. That's what will be in our backyard. Umbarger, 3 houses down, is a 1-lane road. We have to pull over into each other's driveway just to pass on.
Yeah, and I think this is probably going to get deferred for 30 days to allow some additional conversation. So
I was going to say, I don't want the road widened. It'll take half my yard. We're fine the way it is. And like I said, I've lived there 41 years, and I sure would hate to have that property in my backyard. It will literally start in my backyard.
Understood.
Thank you.
Landlocked R2A, if one of the residents sold their property because it's vacant, it could be developed from unmarked.
Right. Yes, ma'am. Sir, if you want to come back, you've got some time to speak. Yes, sir. Well, I don't know what our time looks like. Was somebody keeping time?
Yes, go ahead. 2 minutes on
Okay, we got 2 minutes. If you opposition, okay, sure. Got about 2 minutes.
All right. I'll be quick. I'm Larry Roberts. I live at 4244 Lundy Mountain Lane, which is just on the other side of West Fairmount Road. My wife and I moved to West Fairmount Road in June of 1980, and we have lived in this neighborhood for 43 years now. During that time, we have watched many attempts at retail development. There are 2 failed grocery stores. There's a failed garage. There is a hair salon that then became restaurants, that then became a place for a food truck to be there, which then became 2 other restaurants and finally has burned down and sits there as a vacant lot. Now, with all that in mind, what we have seen the entire time that we have lived there is the need for residential development. We live in Lundy Mountain Lane or Poplar Knob, which is an upscale subdivision. There are houses that have been fire damaged, that have been rebuilt and are occupied as single family residences. Of the commercial buildings that are there, 2 of them are occupied by residential tenants. I don't know whether that's lawful or not, but the point is everything around us. So the new Hidden River subdivision that's adjacent to us is another example of the need for residential properties. So I'm not opposed to this as suggest with the limitations from the Regional Planning Agency. I am opposed to taking that area that's been described as a wetlands, which is actually the headwaters of Fairmount Creek, which flowed across my property when we lived on West Fairmount Road. And when my kids and we wandered all the way up through there. So it may be a wetlands or it may be a whatever storm drainage, but it's actually the headwaters of a creek that then flows into Hatfield Creek. So I would simply like to say, have the residential character maintained.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, and if you want to respond, briefly, and
just one thing I want to say is, first and foremost, there would be no sewage disposal systems on site. One of the significant issues right there, and they commented on it, is that the MAPCO actually has a mound system that is a non-conforming mound sewer system right on the property line between the MAPCO and the O1 zone. And it's a pretty bad situation from a civil sewage perspective. So anyway, needless to say, we don't have any intent to put any sewage facilities on site. One of the things we're going to explore with the neighbors is possible, low impact lighting, dark skies initiative type stuff. Also talk about, access hours, and then certainly security screening and stuff like that. So we're hoping to work towards a good conclusion. One thing I will say though, is even if you opened up a lot into the R2A area right there, by the time you got a county spec road with county spec right away back into that R2A, and then had county spec with roads accessing those lots, you wouldn't have developable lots, especially if it was septic. So we'll just need to work with the community there and find an answer. I appreciate you guys hearing us out.
Okay. All right. Any questions or a motion?
Ma'am, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
I was going to make a recommendation that y'all exchange numbers, maybe have a community meeting if you haven't already. Okay. And I want to make that motion to defer this to our May meeting.
Okay. Have a motion to defer for 30 days has been properly seconded. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank y'all. Okay, next item on the agenda is item number 13, but it's case MR 2023-0046. It's a mandatory referral for an unnamed right-of-way at the 2200 block of April Street. It has a staff recommendation to approve. Any opposition? Have a motion to approve has been properly seconded. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye. Motion carries. Item number 14, case number 2023-0047. It's located at 8803 North Hickory Valley Road. It's a request to rezone from R2A Rural Residential District to A1 Agricultural District. Has a staff recommendation to approve. Is there any opposition? Seeing none. A motion to approve it has been properly seconded. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Item number 15, case number 2023-0048. It's located at 736 Bell Vista Avenue in the city of Chattanooga. It's to rezone from R1 residential zone to RTZ residential townhome 0 lot line. And I don't see a...
Mr. Chairman, that's been withdrawn. There's no action needed to be taken.
I didn't read case withdrawn. That's
no, they submitted the withdrawal request at the appropriate time. We already made the agenda up. So
I figured that was the applicant. I looked right past that. And great, our chairman's back. I'll turn back over.
All right, we're on case 2023-0049. It's located at 2701 Benton Avenue. And it's an application to rezone from M1 to R3 and has a staff recommendation to deny. Is there any opposition present? Is the applicant present? You are the applicant? Okay. Mr. Schultz.
This was a request to rezone from M1 manufacturing zone to R3 residential for proposed use of multifamily. Acres is 0.65, proposing 4 to 6 units. That's a density of 9.2 dwelling units per acre for 6 units, and then 6.15 for 4 units. Looking at the zoning map, everything around this property is manufacturing or M1. About 4 parcels to the north, you do see an R4 special zone, but everything generally around this is M1 manufacturing. The property to the north is zoned R4. It was rezoned in 2010 with condition of obtaining any variances and meeting state requirements. I think this was an assisted living facility or assisted living home at that location. This property is a vacant piece of property. To the north, immediately abutting this property is single family. To the south is single family and vacant land. Further south along Benton Avenue, you see warehousing. There's like storage of cars. To the right, Benton Avenue, you have office and industrial. To the east of this site, you have industrial uses. Again, looks more like outdoor storage of cars. Then single family to the north and vacant. And to the west is warehousing. This property is in the natural, in the 100-year floodplain and floodway, which is indicated by the blue. This is a view of the site, which has existing single-family dwelling on the property. Another view of the site. This is north of the site. South of the site, which is a single-family dwelling. East of the site, another single-family dwelling. This property is in the Area 3 Historic River Ridge Plan, which is adopted in 2020. The place type recommendation is industrial hybrid. Primary uses include light manufacturing, small-scale workshops, contractors' offices, and live-work units. Secondary units includes retail and commercial uses, offices, restaurants, and finally multifamily. So multifamily is recommended as a use as a secondary use as long as you meet certain criteria. The criteria is like located on A Street or a corner lot. This lot doesn't meet any of the secondary use criteria. It is not compatible with that criteria as stated. The area has various operations such as manufacturing, storage, and warehouse uses. Would not be compatible with the introduction of medium density residential. So staff recommended to deny this request.
Thank you. Any questions for staff? Mr. Anderson.
Brian, can you clarify? It looks like, go back a few slides, please. Keep going. Yeah, there you go. So it looks like when you look at the zoning map, this looks like just a sea of M1 industrial zoning. But if you go forward one slide, one more. You went backwards that way. There are houses next to it on either side.
Yes,
is that what I'm seeing in this?
There's one single family to the north, and you have a vacant lot, then another single family Do have some single family mixed in, but the predominant use in this general vicinity here is some type of industrial storage, warehousing type facility, if you will.
Do you know how long the two houses have been there? Roughly?
I don't. According to the pictures, they look fairly older looking in the picture. I couldn't tell you how long they've been there.
75.
Okay, thank you.
Dan stole the number.
Yeah. Thanks, Dan.
Right.
Thank you, Brian.
Ma'am, you're the applicant. We'd love to hear from you.
Good afternoon. My name is Cassandra Ford, and we've owned that property. My dad bought that property back in the early 1980. And I did have a daycare there before. And so what our goal was to do, because it's in a community where there are residential houses there, we would like to put a quadplex there. And because we need more affordable housing in our communities, because it's kind of located in the East Chattanooga community. And we do see that there are upcoming new homes being built in the community. And so that's what we like to do with that property. And the residents in the area are for it. They want it. A lot of their homes, I think a couple of their homes are M1, and they were concerned about that as well when they received the notification. So.
Thank you. Any questions for the applicant? Yes.
Yeah, I actually think this is a good fit for the neighborhood. To me, it's definitely an upgrade for the neighborhood. It's a downgrade on the zoning, so I move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion to approve, and it has been properly seconded. Any discussion?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Lau.
Yeah, I would like to say that as one of the members that worked on the River to Ridge plan in the multiple years that it took to implement that plan, I think that what this project is representing is incremental development. That while there's a blanket rezone, and I think that if the intentions for the primary and secondary uses don't necessarily align, where this project is headed, I think is moving in that direction of the incrementally upping the density in that area. And so I'd just like to say thank you. I think this is moving in a great direction.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. All right, next case on the agenda, item 17, 2023-0050, located at 7514 Hickson Pike. This is an application to rezone from R2A to C2, and staff is recommended to approve with conditions. Is there any opposition present? All right, and is the applicant present? Thank you. Mr. Schultz.
Sure. This is case 2023-0050. Request is to rezone from R2A Rural Residential District to C2 Local Business Commercial District and R3 Multifamily Residential District with conditions. Proposed use is senior housing, a church, and commercial uses. Overall acres of the site is 7.7. Number of proposed units for multifamily is 130. That's a density of 22 dwelling units per acre. On the map, you can see the proposed area to go from R2 to C2, and the proposed area to go from R2 to R3. Looking at the zoning map, to the north is R1. Further north, you start to see some of the commercial uses, C2 and C3. To the east of this site is R5 and R2. To the south of the site across Gold Point Circle North is C2 and R2. And of course, to the southwest of this site is C2 along Hickson Pike. So there is Preston area for C2 extension. The applicant did propose two conditions with the request. No building shall exceed 3 stories. And the following uses are prohibited: gas stations, automobile record services, motels, tourist courts, and adult-oriented establishments. There's been a lot of zoning history in this area from 1997, rezoning 7421 Hickson Pike to C2. In 2018, to the north of this site, that was rezoned from R2A to C2. And then 2014, at 7433 Hickson Pike, that area was rezoned from R2A to C2. So there's been history in this area of rezones to commercial zoning designations. This is currently a vacant piece of property in a church. To the north is single family. To the further north is self-storage. To the west across Hickson Pike is commercial and warehousing uses. To the southwest of the side are commercial uses, and immediately to the south are commercial uses and vacant property. And to the east of the side is agriculture uses and vacant property. Here's a view of the church that's on the property. Another view of the site. Another view of the site. This is a view from on Hickson Pike, some of the commercial uses, which lines up the commercial zones that you saw on the zoning map. This is north of the site, which is RV or boat storage. This is south of the site, which is vacant property. This is east of the site on Gold Point Circle, which is the agriculture uses. This is southwest of the site, which is commercially zoned and commercial uses. This is the site plan that was submitted with the request. Again, these are just conceptual site plans submitted for rezoning, but on the site plan to the front on Hickson Pike, that's the proposed what the commercial will be. To the rear in R3, that'll be developed in phases, with the church being located in this yellow color, and then orange will be the multifamily. The request is compatible with the comp plan. We don't really have an adopted land use plan, so we rely on the comp plan. It is compatible with the comp plan recommendation. It is compatible with surrounding land uses and development form. Staff did recommend adding the conditions proposed by the applicant to ensure compatibility with the area. So staff recommends to approve the rezoning with two conditions. No buildings shall exceed 3 stories in height, and the following commercial uses shall be prohibited: gas stations, automobile record services, motels, tourist courts, and adult-oriented businesses.
Thank you, Mr. Schultz. Any questions for staff? All right, thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Justin Turson with Chattanooga Neighborhood Enterprise, and I'm here with our partners, Reverend Robert Hartman from St. Albans Episcopal Church, as well as Rochelle Patton, who's the president of Collaborative Housing Solution. Churches across this nation, and here even locally, are seeing changes in demographics coupled with an increased cost to maintain and keep their places of worship, leading to loss of local churches. St. Albans has taken a rare approach in being proactive and identifying how to keep themselves solvent and continue to provide valuable services to the community for generations to come. This project is an attempt to keep their mission by partnering with other like-minded nonprofits with a mission to help provide housing for those in need. In Hamilton County, there's an increasing number of seniors, many on fixed income, many looking to downsize, and many no longer able to take care of their homes and land. Our proposal is for seniors, being 62 years of age and older, affordable homes. The first phase would be 73 units, along with a new facility for St. Albans Church, with a second phase totaling no more than 140 units, and with a capacity of providing servicing commercial spaces. The project is located on 7.7 acres of land. It's compatible with adjoining uses and will be required to have a landscape buffer for less intense zones that we abut. And it is located on a major state highway. We have recommended and agree with staff's recommendation of adding 2 self-imposed conditions, limiting the height and removing some heavy nuisances from those commercial zones, which I should note are not requirements of other commercial zones that already exist in the area. At this time, I want to introduce Rochelle and Reverend Robert to talk a little bit about both the project and the church that has called this area home.
Good afternoon. My name is Rochelle Patton. I'm with Collaborative Housing Solutions. We're a rental housing developer. I've been doing this for 29 years. We've been involved with the preservation or development of 25,000 affordable rental units through the Southeast. We have a wonderful partnership with a community-based group, with CNE, with the church, ourselves. We would be the lead developer. We have the experience of bringing in the financing, overseeing the team, and most importantly, trying to uphold the mission of what the church wants, which is to continue on serving the community into the future. We have a market study that shows a high demand for all housing, as you already spoke about, but also senior housing as demographics continues to to move in that direction. We've had a community meeting. We've spoken to the commissioner, Ken Jones, who's supportive. And, there's anecdotal stories, of course, as well as hard data that can show that the need for this type of housing is really growing each day. This would be for seniors, usually living on a fixed income, usually making no more than about $36,000. That's typically going to be a fixed income. CNE will be the long-term property manager on the site, so we will have a local nonprofit managing it. We will be in a long-term partnership together for at least 15 years. The housing is built to look like a Class A type of property. We will have fully accessible grounds in all common areas, including a community room, a warming kitchen, walking trails, pergola, spaces for residents to visit. In addition, as was mentioned, we're also planning a wing for the church where they can continue on to have their weekly services and open up and build relationships with the seniors that are on site and, of course, others that are in the community. Again, this will be at least 60% brick. The other 40% will be cementitious, like hardy plank siding. We'll be getting green building certified. We have to install systems that will last at least 20 years. Some are 25 to 30 years. We're in it for the long haul, and we're happy to be here and appreciate the planning staff understanding the need for affordable senior housing. And thank you for the opportunity.
Hi, my name is Robert Hartmans. I'm the priest in charge, or the pastor at St. Albans Church. I will be brief. I want to point out that there are members of our church here in support of this plan and members from the community. St. Albans Church has been located there since 1980. In that time, it has been dedicated to building relationships and inroads with our community, including community gardens, a community market with classes on different things around gardening. We hosted a adult daycare on our site. We host a community pancake breakfast once a month. We are committed to the relationships in the community, and that's what I wanted to say.
Thank you.
Happy to answer any questions y'all may have.
Thank you, Justin. Any questions for the applicant?
Mr. Chair. Yeah. I'm sorry if it was mentioned before, I didn't catch it, but does the applicant have any objections to the two special conditions?
Not only do we not have objectives, we've suggested them to make sure that we protect any future other development that comes in along that area, as well as protect neighbors.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Lehman.
Yeah, go to the site plan, Brian, if you would, and just I guess couple of quick questions. So obviously the church is going to be the existing church is going to be demolished. I'm assuming on the back section that's going to now go R3, and I believe that is the yellow the new church.
Correct.
And then there's a delineation between the C2 and the R3 or C3.
Sure. It's right here.
So there's no requirement for either the church or that delineation relative to the rezoning to be platted. We can, just like the one before, and I guess I'm just asking for clarification. The case we had before, there was a recommendation to do O1 and R2A as a split zone property. There's no requirement for that to be a platted line, correct?
No.
They can separate the rezone. And the reason being, I'm assuming that the church can be in any zone. The R3 is needed for the, I think you said senior housing, and then the commercial will be developed along Hickson Pike. Okay, just a clarification. Thanks.
Any other questions? Okay, we'll hear from the opposition. If you're here and you've got questions or concerns or in opposition, please come on up.
My name's William Wilson. My family farm is across the street at 1826 Gold Point Circle. We find ourselves in a bad situation because it's a fix of two problems that we know we have in Chattanooga. We've got property-rich churches, but cash-strapped budgets. I grew up in a small church. I know what that feels like. And we definitely have a housing problem here in town. I think everybody here today has seen that. But what we ask here are, what happens if this project gets approved and built and it fails to find the applicants? What happens to the zoning of this product if seniors don't want to live there? If there's not a low-income senior that has access to automobiles to drive 2 miles either way to the grocery stores, what happens to the zoning of this product? Is it 70 units? Is it 140 units? I mean, the application says, well, the news article says 70. The application says 140. What are we approving? Are we breaking this up into two pieces of property? And does there need to be an easement from the R3 to the C2 to get back to Hickson Pike? Or is it just one way out on the Gold Point Circle? So we have a lot of questions and hate to be on this side of it. I would think it's a very creative proposal for Chattanooga, and there are probably plenty of churches in town that would look to do this, but is this the right location for it? So.
I'm Patrick Owings, 3520 Gold Point Circle South, Hickson, Tennessee. You all just denied a church in Brainerd 63 units of affordable living for senior housing on church property with similar concerns to what we have. Here is a much larger project, 140 units ultimately. Okay. 233% larger project. We have the additional concerns of traffic. It's right on the curve in Hickson Pike coming out of Chester Frost Park. You know, on any given day in the summer, there can be 20 or more cars backed up on Gold Point Circle North coming out of Chester Frost Park trying to get on Hickson Pike, which is becoming ever busier with each passing day. You've approved projects for a very large neighborhood of single family dwellings known as Farmstead, several hundred houses in there, that if each person, each home owner has 2 automobiles, it's easy to see that you could be having 600 automobiles coming out of there, new to Hickson Pike that aren't there now. Hickson is a commuter community. That means people, the average age or median age there is 41 years old. That means these people are still working. They're going to work every day and coming home every evening. Thousands upon thousands more cars are showing up on Hickson Pike just since I've been living in the Hickson area. There's another very large apartment complex being built next to one that was just approved and built called Lullwater, 250 units there, potential 500 automobiles. Right next to it is being an expansion, I guess a phase 2 built, of which there are probably, it looks to be 300 units. So there's a potential of 600 more automobiles coming and going every day. And now we want to go up the road just a short piece and drop in a 140 unit apartment complex. There's no public transportation in Hickson. There is no fire department other than an all volunteer fire department. In the event of a major fire at this facility you're proposing, there's a potential for a significant loss of life. We just had at that intersection a fatality back in February. There have been multiple fatalities along that Hickson Pike area. The appearance, these people that live around there, if you go north on Gold Point Circle North toward Chester Frost Park, it's all single family dwellings, each and every one of them on fairly large lots. People have invested their life savings and made investments in their property. Your home is one of your single largest investments. That is where your wealth is. And these people are telling us they want to drop in low income, government subsidized 140 unit housing with somewhere between 140 and 280 residents. That represents to us in that area a wanton disregard for the citizens who have chosen to reside in that community. Another point, Chattanooga Neighborhood Enterprise. If you look at their charter says that they're to serve the city of Chattanooga residents. Hickson is not Chattanooga. We are not Chattanooga residents. This particular area we're in is known as Middle Valley. It's outside the city limits. The city limits stop before you get there. With their charter saying that they are for the service to Chattanooga, and they receive Chattanooga funds. The money is coming from the city to operate Chattanooga Neighborhood Enterprise. They have no business out there in Hickson or Middle Valley promoting a project like this. The citizens out there do not want this. It does not fit. We're asking that you deny this request based on the points that I've made. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chairman.
Mr. Anderson.
If I can just clear up a couple of things, just for accuracy of what happened last year, the Tucker Baptist affordable housing for seniors complex that was discussed was approved by this body. There was opposition at City Council. I'm proud to say that City Council did approve it. It was not denied, and they are underway with the project now.
Thank you. All right.
Thank you for a chance to respond. I appreciate your honesty to be conflicted. And I'm sorry, I don't believe you were at the community meeting, but we would be happy to come talk to you voice to voice because you've brought up some very good questions. They were talked about in the community meeting, but I'll go ahead and explain. We hope to do 2 phases of housing. So the first phase is the 73 units. So it was the building that has the church connected to it. There you go. And a second phase, if we were successful. Again, all of this is dependent on getting the financing, which is very competitive and getting harder by the day. But the second phase would be the balance of the units. We applied for 140 altogether. The first 73 is the first phase. Secondly, while there are many, many challenges to building affordable senior housing, finding residents who want to live with us at the rents we offer and the amenities we provide has never been a problem, particularly in the last 3 or 4 years as rents have continued to increase. So I know on a property that we're building right now, we have 150 units that will be built in August. We already have 300 people who have called in interest right now. So the demand we haven't even opened up and we have that much demand. The other thing I wanted to say is that, we're happy to come talk to you and sir, I'm sorry that you're not supportive. We do plan to have an easement across the commercial area. And again, the commercial area is not planned in the first phase. So that is a long-term plan. We would be doing all of our traffic between our residents and staff would be through Hickson Pike. We would not have residents coming in through the backside. That would only be available for emergency vehicles. Obviously, we'll have to go through planning and see what the emergency departments want us to do. But that's why we left that part open. But it would not be for residents to be driving back and forth.
Thank you, ma'am.
And our first phase, again, when we were talking about numbers of people, the 73 units, we are planning to have 8 units that are 2-bedroom and the balance that are 1-bedroom. We have relatively few on previous senior projects, relatively few properties that are units that have 2 2 people per household. It's usually a single person. Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't know if my time's up, but I'm happy to answer about questions about funding and the zoning as well, if you'd like me to.
Thank you. Any questions for the applicant? Mr. Anderson?
Justin, is this funded by the city of Chattanooga?
No, this is not funded by the city of Chattanooga.
Thank you very much.
Did you hold a community meeting?
We did hold a community meeting. And in fact, we went and flyered neighborhoods around the area, as well as I believe that there was a requirement from the RPA to notify people of the event. So we posted information with the church and with neighbors about, so we were able to get calls. And in fact, we've received quite a few calls of people asking what the prices were and when they can get on the waiting list for the project.
Thank you.
I also wanted to say at that meeting, we had a number of people who spoke in favor of it, including one anecdotal story, one resident who lived there for over 30 years with his wife. Unfortunately, they have had some health problems that were unexpected. They've been looking in the area for rental to downsize, and they couldn't find anything in their price point, and was talking about all of us to be prepared that we don't know what the future looks like as we age. So there was some folks in the community that were very excited and looking forward to our property being built.
Yes, it is actually.
Are you voting on the future plans or just for, because it's proposed for C2 but those are stage 2.
Is that right, Mr. Schultz? It's
Yes, it's for the entire
all the
site,
property.
which would be C2 and R3.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Matthews.
I'm going to say it again. We need affordable housing. I know that these a lot of people have concerns over this, but it looks to me like this is a good, sound project. I move to approve with conditions.
Second.
We have a motion to approve with conditions, and it has been properly seconded. Any discussion?
Mr. Chairman, I just have one comment.
Mr. Bird.
It's been brought up during this case and also during the other case out on Bonnie Oaks and Lee Highway with the hotels being converted to apartments, the need for public transit. And it seems to me there needs to be more cohesion between this body and the CARTA board. I'm not sure how we go about that, but I just want that on the record. I think this body needs to explore how we can better work together with CARTA to make sure we're moving in the same direction.
Here. Thank you. Mr. Anderson.
Thank you, Chairman. And Nathan, we have a nearly new CARTA board. I'm sure the new chair and the new board members and the existing board members would love greater collaboration with the Planning Commission. And, you know, it's been about 8 years since the City Council legalized Uber and Lyft and other ride-sharing apps. And I never hear talk about those in Planning Commission. All I hear is, well, there's no bus that goes there. Just sitting here, I determined that for $8, I can get from this location to the Publix to the south or the Food City to the north. So we do need to think about public transportation in terms of CARTA, but the idea that if a bus doesn't go there, you have to have a car is just not, it's just not reality in 2023.
Mr. Chairman, just so you're aware and Planning Commission's aware, we are actively just making sure we are collaborating and supporting the new CARTA board, the new CARTA chairman. We're doing our best as the TPO. We do have a federal responsibility on behalf of the city and the county to work with our federal partners who also are getting federal funds. So we're working on that. The other thing I'd just say is we are in the midst of doing a comprehensive city and county-wide market analysis to look at not just residential, but industrial space, commercial space, to have a better understanding of what our needs are in the future. But looking at this project and other projects, I'll tell you what's been said today about the need for affordable housing, and particularly senior housing, is absolutely going to be the case going forward. You know, what we find in a lot of these projects are that there are people that are actually in the community already that are being displaced because they don't have available housing when they want to downsize from their single family home. So I'm suspect that a lot of the folks that ultimately would live in here are probably already folks that are in the community.
Thank you. Mr. Reuter, do you want to say something?
Well, I was just going to clarify because I think we got a comment relative to that. That we're not approving a project. Actually, we're recommending a rezoning. And we're recommending a rezoning of a C2 along Hickson Pike, which is a 5-lane section road, and a R3 behind that, potentially as a transition. But I do. The gentleman made the comment, and what the board or the commission does relative to these cases is look at land use and is C3 along Hickson Pike and R3 behind as a transition appropriate zone. We're not really approving a project, correct?
Right.
Okay. I just wanted to make that comment. And we're only recommending, we're not approving. This will go on. Obviously, the ones in the city of Chattanooga will go on to a legislative board, the city council, and this one will go on to the county commission. Thank you.
Yeah, I will just add that I'm a big fan of C&E and all the work that you're doing, and also have been pretty vocal in my support of these types of projects in the past. The one that was mentioned earlier, I was very vocal in regards to my support of it. I am kind of surprised that, we don't see more conditions that address the concerns of the community. It is a big zoning change to go from R2A, which I'll just read it, is rural residential district. And, to go from a rural residential district to C2, local business commercial, and R3, multifamily residential district, to have no more than, these two conditions, I think is weak in regards to y'all's ability to address the concerns that you've heard from the community. I don't know what's about to happen here. I mean, I think we have a motion
That's been seconded.
and it has been seconded. So it's likely it's going to be approved. But I think between now and county commission, I just don't understand why you wouldn't put some conditions in there that would address these concerns, because it is, a pretty significant shift in zoning for an area that has historically been very rural and is changing. So just some thoughts there. Any other discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. You did recuse yourself? Thank you. Mr. Lyle recused himself.
Okay, I'm back on. I'm gonna stay in my seat. So just y'all keep me in line as we move forward. Item number 18 on the agenda is case number 2023-0051. It's located at 5910 Shaw Avenue and 5900 Block Shaw Avenue in the city of Chattanooga. It's rezoned from R1 residential zone to M1 manufacturing zone. Has a staff recommendation to deny the applicant's request and approve another. Is there any opposition to this case? I'm assuming is the applicant present? Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I'll show on the screen pretty quickly what the request, what staff's recommending.
Okay. Yeah. If you could show me and then I guess I could get caught.
Yeah.
Do you need to speak on this, or do you know the staff's? Are you good with okay, you want to just say it just so we have
staff's recommending M1 for one portion of the property, which is a parcel number.
Another split zone.
Split on M3.
Y'all are getting good at it. So you're good with that And was there any opposition? I don't see any. Okay, I have a motion to approve. Staff recommendation has been seconded. Any comment on the motion? All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Item number 19 is case number 2023-0053. It's located at 8833 Kelso Lane. It's to rezone from A1 Agricultural District to RTZ Residential Townhouse Zone 0 Lot Line District. Has a staff recommendation to deny. Is the applicant present? Okay. Is there any opposition that also wants to speak? Okay. Brian, Mr. Schultz, if you'll take
Sure.
us through.
And we also received opposition emails as well.
And if the applicant wants to make his way up, he'll have 7 minutes, and then we'll give an opportunity for opposition.
Sure. This is case 2023-53, a request to rezone this property from A1 Agricultural District to RTZ Residential Townhouse 0 Lot Line. Proposed use is townhomes. It's roughly 4.5 acres in size. Number of units proposed are 20. That's a density of 4.4 dwelling units per acre. Looking at the zoning map, this property is A1. To the north of the property is A1. To the south is R1. And to the west of the property is R1. There is no RTZ in this general vicinity of the zoning map. There has been some zoning history in this area. The most recent is at the corner of Fuller Road and East Brainerd. That was rezoned last month by the county commission from A1 and C2 to RTZ with conditions. There was an RTZ on Fuller Road about a mile from this site on Fuller Road to RTZ with conditions. This property is 945 feet to the south of East Brainerd Road. It's 8833 Kelso Lane. Kelso Lane is a very private. It's a small, narrow road. Has single-family dwellings on it, as you can see on the land use map. Single family to the north, single family to the east, single family, which is Hurricane Creek, to the south. And we do have commercial at the intersection of Hurricane Creek and East Brainerd. This property almost touches Hurricane Creek as a little small triangle piece of property, but it does not have access to Hurricane Creek Road. Here's a view of the site from Kelso Lane. Another view of the site going in towards the site off Kelso Lane. This is north of the site, some single family dwellings. This is south of the site of Hurricane Creek Road. This property is in the White Oak Mountain Plan, which was adopted in 2019. The place type recommendation is suburban residential. The plan has a density of 3 to 5 dwelling units per acre. Primary uses include single unit living detached. The request is not compatible with the White Oak Mountain Plan, which was adopted again in 2019. It is not compatible with surrounding land uses and development form. The site fronts along Kelso Lane, which does not have access to sewer. This is approximately 15 foot wide, which is not suitable for increased density. The site could be currently developed under the A1 district at approximately 10 units, which is more compatible with surrounding land uses and development form. And this request would set a precedent for future requests. So staff recommends to deny. As I noted earlier in zoning history, this larger piece of property across from the side of East Brainerd and Fuller Road, that property did have access to East Brainerd, which is a state highway, and it also had public sewers. That's the difference between the two cases in this one. So staff recommends to deny this request.
Thank you, Mr. Schultz. Any questions for staff? Seeing
So
none.
you said, there is no sewer access here.
There's no sewer access to this property this time.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, your name and address, and you'll have 7 minutes.
Sure, thank you. My name is Rocky Chambers, civil engineers with CEG. Our office location is 400 East Main Street, representing the developer here, Steve Long. And Steve actually is a neighbor here as well. He borders his property with his personal house. I think staff did a great job presenting the facts of the case, representing what's around us, what's near us. We look at it a little bit differently, in that when he said the recommended use here is between 3 to 5 units per acre, kind of that low density residential model, and we're within that within that range. The reason, we're looking at townhouses here instead of single family detached like the land plan is showing is just the topography. So we're staying within that density requirement there, but it's there's parts of the project that are pretty steep, and this allows less of the land to be disturbed during the construction period. I think the rest of it is pretty close to what the area density needs are. As you mentioned, also at the end of Kelso Lane, there's 100 or so townhouses. That's about 600 feet away from us. Was recently zoned as well. Sewers were brought up. I believe sewer is actually rather close, and we'll be extending sewer throughout the development as well. That's all I have for now. Any questions?
Thank you. Any questions for the applicant? Okay, I believe there was some opposition here. If y'all would like to come up and speak, if you'd like to be heard, if you could line up, we've got. I understood and appreciate you being here, but you do have 9 minutes. So if a couple of you do want to speak, we just need your name and address for the record. And go ahead, sir.
My name's Larry Walters. I live at 8809 Kelso Lane. I have lived there all my entire life, except for the 5 years, from 0 to 5. We do not have a road up through there. The road is 12 foot wide. We would not be able to get. There's only 8 of us. This all lives on this little road. We have no problem with stopping and letting other people go. We know what we're doing. You put another 20 units up there, that's another 40, 50 houses up there. My question is, who's going to widen that road? Because we can't have this. My house is 25 foot off this road. I've already had one car come down, drive through my yard, and out through my other driveway that goes out to Fuller Road. What are you going to do with all these cars? Where are they going to go? If you widen that road, I lose my house. I built this house by myself with my own hands and everything. And I've lived there for 30 years in this house. Now I'm going to lose it just because somebody else wants to make $1 million up here on this little piece of property that we don't need. We already have an easement running through the middle of that property coming off Hurricane Creek that is for the sewer. Sewer lines out of the city, comes through the county, down to Fuller Road back to East Briner Road. They've already damaged the road on this side right here by what they have already done up there. They've crushed the sewer lines. They have drove an excavator up and down the road. The county has went out there and notified Steve Long and put a tag on his machine and has fined him for tearing up Fuller Road and Kelso Lane. We also have water problems. All of the water off of Hurricane Creek, a little more than 5 or 6 miles of road up Hurricane Creek, drains right there in front of that picture, right down through there, comes down to Fuller Road. Fuller Road, over 100 years ago, before it was Fuller Road, is a creek bed. Everything from the top of Fuller Road, over a mile of Fuller Road, drains down through there. This was a address for the people across the street trying to put in all those units across the street, and they agreed to leave 7 acres of land along Fuller Road untouched because of the water problems and the wildlife. We have the same problems. There is no retention ponds. There is nothing to stop this water. It looks like a major flood comes down through there when it really rains. I've got pictures to back it all up, and it's an unbelievable sight that you would see. And the county never required any retention ponds when they built Hurricane Creek and all that stuff. We have underground springs that run down through there. I've lived there all my life. There used to be a dairy on that property, and they had the springs to keep the water cold or milk cold in this. It's still there. This ditch runs right down through there. I've got all the mud off this property right now where they've gone up there and bulldozed. There's no silt screens. There's no nothing to protect the environment. It runs right down and eventually ends up in my yard. I'll eventually end up paying for it. There's a lot of other things, but I'm going to let these other people speak because I don't want to take up everybody's time. But I thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Greg Thomas. I live at 8821 Kelso Lane, which in the picture while ago, it was a brick house up top of the hill. And I actually, that house there. And we also own 8819, which my daughter lives on that property. I just haven't known it. One of my biggest concerns is Larry did pretty darn good there, so I'm not going to overtalk him, is if you look at the picture of what they propose retention pond, which is basically right there at the corner of our driveway easement. And we have grandkids. and I don't like, mosquitoes either. So none of this here, and like Larry says, Kelso Lane is 12 feet wide. This driveway, this comes like this little pierce thing, that's 26 feet wide. So how do you go from 12 foot to 26? That's like a bottleneck. That just makes no sense to me. Okay, go ahead. Your turn.
My name's Robert Galloway. I live at 8832 Kelso Lane, right in front of where they're proposing to widen the road. And I have the lot, adjacent lot behind me. And I think it's going to be, it's undeveloped now, but it's 8838 Kelso Lane. And all along the front and on the left side of my house and the lot behind it will adjoin to where they're proposing to develop back there. And I'm kind of concerned about the traffic as well, because if you have all the people coming in, cars coming in and out, it's going to be bottled up, and you hardly have enough room for a fire truck to get through there if we need one to come up there. So, and I'd just like to say that I can speak for all of us, that we moved back here because it's a short dead end road. It's quiet, and we didn't have to worry about developing on the back end because it's all wooded. So I'm just not in favor of all the traffic that's going to be coming in and out in front of the road. And you probably end up having a few cars. As narrow as it is, there's a drop off. And as it is now, 2 normal sized trucks with cars coming by each other. We're having to get off the pavement, part into the grass. And if you go a little bit further, then you're going down someone's property. So it's a hazard as well.
Thank you,
That's all
sir.
I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else? Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is Nick Von Versovitz. I live at 803 Brook Hollow Lane. I am a member of the Hurricane Creek Homeowners Association. And we wanted to come and basically check and make sure, I think staff answered the question, that this has no access onto Hurricane Creek Road. Where that corner touches is a pretty precarious corner. A lot of elevation change and curves. And I hadn't seen this site plan before, but looking at it, I can see a lot of foot traffic making it down towards the commercial developments, Walgreens, down to Publix. And I know from past experience, there's been, I think, a school bus that was rear-ended, or somebody that got rear-ended when a school bus stopped right in that vicinity. I just wanted to say that we have concerns about access from this development, either foot or, I guess, vehicular is not an option, but that is the main concern. And then also that the density seems not fitting for the area. I did receive an email from James Wasson, which I believe he sent to staff. He lives immediately to the south. Yeah, the south of the 2 block of townhomes right there. And he was not supportive of it, and he was unable to make it. So he asked me to come and speak on his behalf and say that he is not interested in supporting this, and ask you deny it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, any questions for opposition? Or okay, Mr. Chambers, if you want to come back up, you've got a few minutes to respond.
Yeah, thank you for listening to the opposition, listening to us. As they mentioned, yeah, there's actually a fairly major drainage way. Some may say creek running through the property, and that's certainly taken into account here. And we want to make sure, we're good neighbors and we're not increasing any stormwater flow, which is why we obviously are including some detention there as well. That's all I have. If you have any questions.
Okay. Any questions? Yes, sir. Go ahead.
I have a question for staff.
Okay.
Do you guys know the width of the right of way for Kelso Lane?
I'd imagine it looks like it's just the same as the pavement width.
I think it's 40 feet, but that's what our road book has, but I'm not sure. And I was going to make a comment about existing conditions and infrastructure and what happens when you look at rezoning and why we have conditional zoning, which is sometimes helpful, and then also sometimes where it's not helpful. So I appreciate. I was going to comment on that, but it's a good question, Commissioner Byrd. Do you have anything else for that? And I'll make this comment now, and then any other questions. But you have a road. There are a lot of county roads that we have taken over the years because state law requires us to take them and operate them in their existing condition. This one obviously has been, as you know, living there has probably been maintained in its existing conditions for probably 50 years or 60 years. And so when you end up changing zoning and doing something that has new zoning or new subdivision regulations as a connection to try to get higher density, you end up with a 26-foot paved road connecting to a 15-foot gravel or chip seal road. I think that's just gravel. And so you end up with issues related to that when you try to go to a much denser type of zoning. And that's why a lot of times we do conditional zoning, to where there's a trade-off when you do that. So I would only echo and agree with some of the opposition that whether the county indeed has a 40-foot right of way there or not, it would be quite disruptive to go in and either make an applicant subdividing with a rezoning, make that a 26-foot wide road, or someone else. So that's my only point. When staff gives us a recommendation to deny, there are no conditions. And so the only other point I would make is, before you take into consideration something like a rezoning for an area that has infrastructure that may not be adequate, trying to do that without a lot of conditions may be difficult. But that's my comment. I don't have a vote. But I'll entertain any other comments or questions for staff. Commissioner.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to make a motion to deny based on staff's recommendations.
I have a staff recommendation to deny. It has been seconded. Any comment on the
I just have
motion?
one more thing to
Commissioner
say.
Byrd. Yes, sir.
It is rare that you'll hear me say this, but I don't think there's the infrastructure to support this development. I do think that townhouses have a lot of merit, and I do think this zone might be appropriate, but this density is not. And I know we already have a motion on the table, but I'd be willing to support this zone with a condition, like you just mentioned, to match the existing allowed density, which I believe you said was 10 units. Is that correct?
That's based on the current
On the
A1
existing
zone.
A1.
Yeah.
So I'd be willing to support RTZ with a condition of no more than 10 units. But there's already a motion on the floor, so we'll let this go ahead.
Okay. We do have a motion to deny on the floor, has been seconded. So let's take action on that motion. All those in favor to deny, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Have one no and one abstention. We have enough to make a vote count,
Yes.
or do I need to adjourn? So six yeses. Thank you. Good discussion. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, and thank you, staff.
Okay, we'll move on to item number 20, case number 2023-0054. Locations 1204, 1208, 1214, and 1216 East 35th Street. Now, just for everybody's aware, it does go to County Commission. We'll go to County Commission next month, so you may want to, because it will be discussed. Do you have those dates, Brian?
Yeah, there's a handout in the back of the room.
Grab.
It's 9:30 in the same room, like the third Wednesday in May.
It'll be discussed at agenda, which is the week before, and then voted on County Commission the next. Yes, sir. It's good for people to understand we're making recommendations today to both the City Council and the County Commission. So 2023-0054 is the case number. 1204. I've said that East 35th Street Place is to rezone from R2 residential zone and R5 residential zone to M1 manufacturing zone with conditions. As a staff recommendation to approve with conditions. Is there any opposition? Is the applicant here? Are you good with the conditions or not good? Come on, if you can help us out. If you want to,
Mr. Chairman, we did receive one email in opposition. Their concerns were property values.
okay. So let me get to, fell behind on my thing. Let me get to the conditions so we can talk about those specifically. And if we need to move back into so there are 5 conditions there in your packet. So are some of them?
We just, my name is Joe Parks with Civil Engineer with March Adams on behalf of Stewart Materials. There was one condition that we had a slight request for modification. Condition number 1 says that the 50-foot building setback on the east, west, and south sides of the one remaining R1 parcel listed there. To the south of that parcel is property that they already zoned. M1 is not part of the case. And we request that condition be revised to just say the east and the west.
Okay, is that your only, Mr. Schultz, can you give us some information, maybe reason why that
Sure.
condition?
On this, if you look at the zoning map. The applicant owns these 2 parcels to the left in the red box. They own everything to the right in this red box. The only parcel they do not own this time is one in the middle. And that was the attempt of the condition, was trying to put a buffer to protect that property.
So it's
the applicant owns all this property here to the I guess to the south of the screen, and everything highlighted in red with the exception of this one parcel. So that condition basically stated, let's see, a 50-foot building setback. It's a building setback on both the east, west, and south sides of the residential property, which is that one I just showed. So we're trying to protect any building being in close proximity to that property. I think they're wanting to revise that.
Can you go back to their site plan? I'm assuming that's their site plan.
Yes.
So I guess I would ask the question. It doesn't look like you're within 50 feet of the south side. I mean, I'm assuming you may want to be within 50 feet at some point in the future if you purchase that lot. Is that the concern?
They already own the land to the south. In the second case you're about to hear is the alleyway. So the current M1 property goes up to the alley. You can see the existing building there, and then there's some accessory buildings right beside that. And we didn't want to hinder the existing property that's not part of the case.
Yeah. So the applicant's requesting to keep the condition here, a 50-foot setback in here, and remove the one to the south.
And it would just be the regular zoning setback.
Okay. Yes, sir.
I would move to approve and modify the first condition to remove south.
Okay. Have a motion to approve with conditions with the modification on condition number 1 to remove the building setback on the south side has been seconded. Any comment, question on the motion? All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Item number 21 is a mandatory referral 2023-0055. Unopened right-of-way 3500 block Brandon Avenue. Right-of-way closure. Any opposition to this closure? Okay. Have a motion to approve. It has been seconded. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay, agenda item 23 is case 2023-0058. It's located at 320 West Hills Drive. It's to rezone from C1 Tourist Commercial District, R2 Urban Residential District, and R1 Single Family Residential District to C3 General Business Commercial District. As a staff recommendation to approve with conditions. Is there any opposition?
Mr. Chairman, I believe that you got mixed up there on 57 and 58. This is the rezone from R1 to UGC.
Oh, I skipped. Did
57,
I skip?
sorry, 57.
So I skipped 57?
Yeah.
Okay, I checked it. Okay, well, let me back up then. I'm getting too ahead of myself on checking my boxes. So item 22, we have not done. 2020 case 2023-0057. It's 1013 South Greenwood Avenue, rezoned from R1 residential zone to UGC urban general commercial zone. Staff recommendation to approve with conditions. Any opposition on that case? Okay, and the applicant here. Okay, Mr. Schultz, if you'll take us through case or item 22, agenda
Sure.
item 22.
This is the request to rezone from R1 residential zone to UGC, urban general commercial, for multifamily residential. The property is roughly 0.15 acres in size. Proposal at 6 units. That's a density of 40 dwelling units per acre. Looking at the zoning map, to the east of this property is R1 residential. To the south is R1. To the southwest is M1 manufacturing. To the west of this site along Bennett Avenue is M1. To the north is R1. About 4 parcels up north along South Greenwood Avenue is UGC. Again, there's some zoning history in this area. To the north, those properties in the last 5 years have been rezoned to UGC from the Lucy Bowler site. This property is the corner of South Greenwood Avenue and Bennett Avenue. To the north of this property are single-family detached dwellings. To the east along South Greenwood Avenue is single-family. And to the south across Bennett Avenue is single-family and commercial. And again, to the northwest of the site is under construction with a mixed-use development. Here's a view of the site. Another view of the site. This is a view north of the site. You can see some of the single-family dwellings. If you go further north, just off the picture, these are some of the recent townhomes that have been developed in this area that was rezoned UGC as part of the Lucy Bowler site. This is south of the site, east of the site. This is a view west of the site, looking towards the National Cemetery. This property is in the historic River to Ridge Area 3 plan, which again was adopted in 2020. The place type recommendation is urban residential. Some of the primary uses include single-family detached and accessory dwelling units. It does allow for a variety of residential unit configurations. Here's the site plan that was submitted with the request. Bennett Avenue is just to the left of the screen. South Greenwood is the front. The units fronting South Greenwood with access to the rear. Here's a sample rendering provided by the applicant what the structures would look like. Here's an aerial view of the site that's provided by the applicant. Another view of what those aerial sample and sample elevations would look like on the property. Another view, I think this is further north of the site. The proposal is compatible with Area 3 Historic River to Ridge Plan and surrounding land uses. The site does meet the secondary criteria as established in the Historic River to Ridge Plan. The UGC zone allows for greater density than RTZ zone at this site. Staff recommends conditions related to use, form, and height in order to ensure compatibility with the surrounding neighborhood. So staff recommends to approve with 4 conditions: residential uses only, maximum of 6 units, maximum height of 3 stories, and access from the alley only.
Thank you, Mr. Schultz. Any questions for staff? Okay, sir, if you want to come forward, you've got an opportunity to address the commission. You have about 7 minutes. We just need your name and address.
My name is George Arlano, and this property is located at 1013 South Greenwood Avenue. I've owned that lot for approximately 18 years or so, and I used to own several other houses there in Highland Park, but this is the only one I have left. And the building, the structure that you saw there on the board is, of course, what I'm proposing to build on that site. It's a single family, 3-story, and it provides housing for 6 families. And as has been said over and over here, there's a continuing demand for housing in Chattanooga. So this addresses one of those needs. This lot and this structure, if allowed to be built there, will have parking on the property, not on the street. You can park on the street
because people have been parking on the street there for, as long as Highland Park's been Highland Park. But this provides for parking for 10 vehicles around the back. I believe staff recommended one of the conditions was that the access, be through the alley. That's something that I may later speak to them about. But so far, again, the parking will be on the lot itself. And with regards to, where it's located, once you leave that structure, you are just a few hundred feet away from a main thoroughfare. If you go back, I don't know if you can see it there. Veterans Cemetery is right there. All you have to do is make a right, and you're 200 feet from Host Club. You can either make a right or a left, and you're downtown. And with regards to shopping, well, there's a brand new shopping mall going to be going up there. I'm sure you guys are familiar with it. It's a Lucy Quarter that's got shopping, a brewery. I think they even have a dog park. And I just think that this would provide housing for a number of families on just that one empty lot that's been empty for, 17 years as far as I can remember. And just 4 doors down from me is where those 2 huge structures are. One of them has already been sold out. That one there. Again, it's just 4 doors down from me. And then just, across from it is another structure. I don't know how many units that one has, that has, it's not finished yet. But I'm surrounded by manufacturing, commercial, UGC, and yes, there are some residential properties in the area. But I've spoken with several of the neighbors, and at least 2 of the ones that I've spoken with are not against what I'm doing. In fact, they welcome it.
Thank you, sir. Any questions for the applicant?
Mr. Chairman, have you had a meeting with the neighborhood association?
I called several times, and I never got a call back. I spoke to the gentleman the very, very first time they picked up the phone. I don't remember what the gentleman's name was, but he talked to me, and he said he would go out there and, we would meet out there and we would look at it. And after that conversation, I called him, I texted him several times, and I never got a call back because I wanted to show him, the drone photography and what we had planned and everything, but I never got a call back from the individual. So,
thank you. Yes, ma'am. If you want to come up, you'll have the lady behind you. You've got about 9 minutes, or you and whoever would like to speak. Just your name and address.
All right, yes.
For the
My
record.
name is Carrie Williams, and I live at 1101 South Greenwood, which is directly across from the property, directly across from Bennett. So I live on the other corner of Bennett in that area. So I just want to address a couple of issues. I think it's a tsunami, and I'm just kind of standing up against the tsunami in my neighborhood. But I just want to say that. And George kind of made a good point for me that there are, on South Greenwood right there are 16 units. 10 of them have already been put up and sold. And the other 6 facing the other direction that was put on a lot that had one house and a carriage house. That's quite a few pieces of property, multi family. I've been sitting here for so many hours. I'm sorry, my brain's a little tired. But so there's quite a few multifamily properties on Greenwood right there. Lucy Boiler Plant, multi-use, great stuff happening back there. I mean, it fits the urban design for downtown. I have a next door neighbor. He's not here. He's lived there for 47 years. When I moved there in 2014, there were several empty lots around us. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 single family homes have been built in that 4-block area as well. So my question is, just in general, what's the ratio of multifamily properties to single family homes in old established neighborhoods who are now in the process of gentrifying, and the property is quite valuable right now. George wants to sell the property for $200,000. He has to put something other than a single house on this property. Plus, that's what it's going for. So that's one of my concerns. The second one, just the ratio of families to whatnot. The parking issue, if it's on the property, on the other ones down there, the other end, that's perfectly fine to get around there. I don't know how he's going to put parking on all that stuff. And are the conditions, the 4 conditions that you have on here, always followed to the T? Is his design going to end up being what it is because of what the multi-use house or the rezoning of our neighborhood? It is not consistent with the what is it here? With it says does not give appropriate guidance for the number of units. Our whole neighborhood is a mishmash. There's no, if you tried to put a zone R1 on there correctly now, it wouldn't work because there's no house on that neighborhood is zoned correctly right now. But my house is 1930. So 2 blocks away, I think on 13th Street, they have 2 condos or two townhome units, and they sit facing each other. It's just the most bizarre thing. So they don't really actually fit into the tenor of the neighborhood. So am I making any sense? So if those houses, those condos that are up the ways up there, very pretty, very nice, they're very appropriate. But George is asking for a very small space to put 6 or 7 condos or 6 or 7 multi-family housing. And from the last 2 or 3 years, any empty lot that's been sold is now having multifamily units put on it, probably because the property is so expensive that that's the only way they can actually put housing in there. So my concern is, and I know our property is right there at the border of commercial and residential. So my 47-year-old neighbor, when he sells his house, he's going to sell it. Can I buy that property? I don't know. But is that whole stretch of Greenwood right there going to become more units, more multifamily units inside that neighborhood? And so if there's another set of property at the other end of Greenwood over by the M&M plant, there's 2 lots over there. If they sell those, are those going to be multi-unit properties as well? So I understand the conditions. I think the conditions for a multi-use, for our multi-family property are good in this situation. But I also think that if you just keep approving UGC in our neighborhood, there's just going to be continually overturning and putting very strange looking units or whatnot in that neighborhood. Am I making any sense? I'm sorry. Okay. That's all I know. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Well, he may be able to answer a few of those questions if you'd like, and then maybe just some comments before for some discussion. Yes, sir. You got a couple of minutes if you want to respond.
With regards to inside the community itself and the different types of zoning, I realize, and I kind of like the fact that it should be residential families inside the community itself. But this property is on the outskirts, and if you look on that map directly across the street from it, there are a whole bunch of it's just vacant land, and this building just fits right with all that because it's on the outskirts. It's not inside the community. And even if it were, it would provide, for single families, for 6 single families on 1 lot. And with regards to the size of the structure on that particular lot, that's a pretty big sized lot. That sketch was drawn up by a prominent architect, Craig Cronenberg, who was going to assist me with the rezoning at the time. Later, he retired. But that was drawn up by him, so that fits on that property. And that parking for all those vehicles back there goes real well with it.
Thank you. Yeah, and you made a lot of sense and ask a lot of good questions. So any rezoning comes through here, and then it goes to the city council. So that's sort of the check. The market sort of drives what things look like. We don't. Our only other good question is the conditions. We do have conditional zoning. So these zoning conditions, we'll recommend some. The city council may change them, add to them, take away from them, and then those will be required as part of permits when individuals start pulling permits. So the city of Chattanooga will have some responsibility to make sure that it's not more than 6 units, not more than 3 stories and access. So those were some good points. But our process is to talk about whether it's an appropriate zone relative to the area. So I just a comment, but Mr. Anderson.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll confirm that when the land, if this passes city council and these conditions are applied, the land development office have these, and they won't permit any projects that don't meet the criteria set out in the conditions from this body and the city council. So if you get conditions of you can only go 3 stories, then you can't go and build 4 stories. It'll get stopped even at the permitting phase. And this is it's getting tighter downtown and in the urban area, and we cheer when we hear that Chattanooga is growing and that Hamilton County is growing, and we're getting this new employer and we're getting that new event. This is the consequence of that, is that this is a place that more people want to live. So you're going to see some single family replaced by multifamily, not because of a conscientious decision from any government, but because that's where the market is. So you're just going to see those changes. And with that, I will move to approve with conditions.
A motion to approve with conditions. Any discussion on the motion? Yes.
Do we have the width of that alleyway? It looks
I do not have the width of that alleyway.
It looks very narrow from the map.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would say that the majority of my life in Chattanooga has been in this neighborhood, and I'm a little bit surprised to see the neighborhood association, which is typically fairly vocal about all of the rezonings that occur, haven't weighed in on this. But I think one of my questions to staff was that the River to Ridge plan and the urban residential zone that is sort of forthcoming, this sort of, utilization of UGC would sort of move us to fit what urban residential.
It does, because multifamily is listed as secondary use. This meets a lot of the secondary use criteria. We had one earlier today that did not meet the criteria. This one does. It's on a corner lot. It meets all those criteria spelled out in the plan.
Thank you.
Okay, we do have a motion to approve. Has been seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay, now we're going to move to case 2023-0058 at 320 West Hills Drive, rezone from C1, R2, and R1 to C3, General Business Commercial District. As a staff recommendation to approve with conditions. I saw some opposition. Is the applicant also? Okay. Brian, if you'll take us through
Mr.
this.
Chairman, you do have in front of you some opposition on the Google Sheet. There's also a letter in front of you, too, from LaBella Associates. They're all in opposition to this request. This is case 2358. This is a request to rezone. The property has 2 zoning designations, R1 single family residential. Actually, it's got 3. An R2 urban residential and C1 tourist commercial district to C3 general business commercial district. Proposed use is a restaurant. It's roughly 4 acres in size. Looking at the zoning map, this property abuts to the south, Black Creek. That Black Creek to the north is zoned R1. To the northwest is RT1. To the south of this side is C1. Southeast is R1. To the south across West Hills Drive, you see C1 and C2. And the cross hatching, that's a RV trailer campground, special permit. So it's a mixture of commercial zones in this area. This particular piece of property is already zoned. 3/4 of it is zoned commercial, C1. You do have a little sliver that's R1, and then the rest of it's R2. The closest C3 is directly across the street, across West Hills Drive. Again, that's RV campground. There's no recent zoning history for this particular site. This currently, on this piece of property, currently has a single-family dwelling. To the south, which is the C3 and C1 zoning, you see that it's being used as a campground along West Hills Drive. To the east of the site, along Obar Drive, is a single-family residential detached subdivision. And to the west of this site is you'll have a single-family dwelling, and then vacant property. This is an older picture of the house that's on the site. Another view of the site. This is the house and the driveway leading into the site. This is a view of the site. You see the notification sign here. This is the picture of some of the campgrounds located to the south and west of this site. This is a view north of the site along Obar Drive. And again, another view south of the site, which is the campground. East of the site along Obar Drive. West of the site, which is a single-family detached dwelling and an office for the campground. This property is located in the Lookout Valley Land Use Plan, which was adopted in 2003. The land use plan recommends low-density residential, which is primarily single-family attached dwellings, and also has a goal of maintaining the small-town residential character of the area. The site plan submitted with the application shows the existing residents will remain on the property. Based on the site plan, it looks like there was an existing pool. That pool will be demolished, and that location is where the restaurant will be constructed as part of the house. The request is not compatible with Lookout Valley Plan. However, the site was rezoned to C1 back in 1970s prior to the adoption of the plan in 2003. A small-scale restaurant and existing single-family dwelling is compatible with adjacent residential and campground land uses. It will provide a neighborhood service to the area. Rezoning of the site to C3 General Business Commercial District with conditions would create a more compatible zone and land use for the area than the current C1 with no conditions. Under C1, you can do a RV campground. You can have a restaurant. You cannot have liquor sales or alcohol sales. Staff recommends to approve the rezoning to C3 with 5 conditions. Restaurant and single-family detached dwelling uses only. No more than 1 primary commercial use. No outdoor amplified sound between 10 p.m. and 8 a.m. Maximum building height of 2 stories. And finally, number 5, retain existing structure with exception of the proposed addition to the existing structure for the restaurant building addition, which shall not exceed a maximum of 1,600 square foot. So those conditions are trying to alleviate some of the nuisance concerns on the adjacent single family to the north.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Schultz. Any questions for staff? Okay, sir, if you'd like to come up and give us your name and address, you'll have 7 minutes.
My
Yes,
name is Virendra Mustafar. I reside at 320 West Hills Drive, Chattanooga, Tennessee, 37419. Yeah, I don't have any problems, but the only restriction I don't like is only having one business there at the restaurant. But I do need to put, if I wanted to put a few mini homes or something like that, I would be restricted to doing that. And on the C1, it states that I can have a restaurant, but the C3 gives me the wine, and that's exactly what I want to do. I would have a proper, at least 25 cars to park on parking lot, and I have enough space for cars to come in and out, 30 feet driveway. For safety wise, I'll have dim lighting so people can come in. Other than that, that's it.
Okay, thank you. You'll have an opportunity because we've got some individuals that would like to speak. So Yes, sir. Y'all collectively have about 9 minutes if you'd like to speak. Just your name and address for the record. And yes, sir.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, my name is Gary Henry. I'm an attorney. I represent Raccoon Mountain Caverns and Campground LLC, as well as Dr. Steve Perlacki, who's here this afternoon. Mr. Chairman, we filed a written objection to this request, and I just want to briefly go over really the three reasons we're opposing it. Number one, and probably the most primary reason, is the access to this property is in dispute. It is the subject of litigation that's pending in Hamilton County Chancery Court. I am handling that litigation on behalf of the campground. We are set for trial for August 30th, and the access itself is a 25-foot strip of land that runs right through my client's property. There are campsites on both sides of this strip of land. My client has an easement to use that strip of land so that the customers can access those campsites. It is not designed for the kind of traffic that a restaurant would require. There are kids, patrons, individuals that cross that roadway constantly. This use has been in place for decades. I think Commissioner Graham is here. His family used to own the campground. He can probably confirm that use. So for that reason alone, it should be denied. This gravel roadway that is in dispute is the subject of litigation. We don't even know definitively where it is yet. That's what we're asking the chancellor to decide, and we should get a decision on that fairly quickly at the end of August. In addition, there's no underground water utility to this property. This is an issue that is also the subject of litigation. The applicant has basically a glorified water hose hooked up to the water main, and it's leading up to his property. There's no way in the world he could operate a restaurant under those conditions. Now, we have tried to work with him. We have tried to reach an agreement with him where that would be buried underground at our expense if he would just agree that the gravel roadway is where it should be, where the easement is, but he won't agree to it. And then finally, and I think this is really the crux of the issue, the applicant is simply a bad neighbor. There is a lot of late night traffic on this gravel roadway with no apparent business purpose. He has shined bright lights down on the campsites at all hours of the night. He has set off fireworks and allowed smoldering embers to fall on campsites from his property. He has allowed his visitors to use the campground's bathhouse on multiple occasions without permission. He repeatedly tells my client's customers that he owns the campground. He operates heavy machinery at all hours of the night. He is, in a word, a bad neighbor. And if you approve this rezoning request, I assure you he will only get worse. So on behalf of my clients, I urge this commission to reject this rezoning request.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Steve Perlacki. I own Raccoon Mountain Caverns and Campground. It's 319 West Hills Drive. I think Gary summarized everything quite well, but I think there's also some other issues. There's a lot of RVs on his property. I don't know if it's RV storage. I've heard word that he's actually renting his property as a campground too. So if one of the stipulations was no other business there, there's already other business there. So I think that should be a factor in there too. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name's Caitlin Sims. I'm here with Labella Associates on the behalf of Black Creek Community Association. You may have in front of you a letter that we sent out last week regarding some of the concerns which have been addressed by some conditions we've seen from staff recently. But I still want to hit on a couple items that are very important here. This lot borders Black Creek community. And as such, 6 lots are directly adjacent, 3 community lots are adjacent, and 14 other homes are in the direct vicinity. There is concerns regarding this property being allowed to sell on-site alcohol, on-site liquor, on-site wine. Under the current zoning, the applicant would be able to do a restaurant without those. However, hours of operation are very concerning, as well as the fact that many of our residents after the pandemic now work from home. We don't want their daily activities disturbed, and we do want to make sure that that concern is discussed with the applicant and make sure we minimize any noise, light pollution, or misbehaving patrons that may impact this area. Our houses, if you look up at Obar, they're only about 115 feet from current residences. And right now this is operating as a single family residence. This entire area is single family residential. So allowing this higher density use definitely has some major impacts, including increased traffic patterns past the community. Just north of this screenshot, you can see Nestle Down Court, which also utilizes West Hills Drive and would be directly impacted by additional vehicular traffic. We also have concerns regarding the access easement. Would emergency services be able to properly serve a commercial establishment at this address? And additionally, what protections would the neighborhood have if this is rezoned to C3 against alternative permitted uses under that address? So at this time, we request that the Planning Commission recommend against this proposed rezoning and deny the case.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Julia Whitaker. I'm the Vice President of the Black Creek Community Association. Just a few additional points beyond what Caitlin has already shared with you. This application didn't seem to provide a lot of extensive information about the intended use for this property, and it left us really with more questions than clarity about what was happening. Safety is one of the big concerns. Hours of operation, noise, those were things Caitlin mentioned. Just additionally recognizing that 60% of restaurants fail in the first year and another 80% and 80% don't make it between 4 and 5 years. So if the intended restaurant use isn't successful, but it's been changed to a C3 zoning, we just have long-term questions about if the property is sold or changes hands, what the longer-term implications of that rezoning would be for our community and our residents. We hope you will consider denying the application. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Donna Woolwine, 4359 Obar Drive. I represent my friends and neighbors on that street that is absolutely right there. We don't want this in our backyard. The expectation was for quiet on that street. It's an existing subdivision that's been there for a long time. We're also very concerned about the increase of rats. I mean, you get a restaurant, that's what it's going to be there. The RV park these are quiet people who just come and they want to enjoy the scenic outdoors just like we do. No one has a problem with them, but I definitely am concerned about the noise from a restaurant. Right now, the people that park behind me, the RV parking lot, if they drop something in one of those RVs, I swear I could find it because after 9 o'clock, it's so quiet, I can hear it roll. So I don't want that. I'm also a grandmother. I don't want creepy guys on my street. And I understand that's a very personal thing, but you understand what I'm saying. You have families too. Thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
I don't know how much time we have. I am County Commissioner Joe Graham. I represent that area. Time's up.
Hey, Commissioner,
You'll extend a few seconds?
Yes,
okay. As Attorney Henry said, I did grow up there. My parents did own that campground when I was a boy. I do know that area. I do know that house. Matter of fact, I don't know if it's still there, but there's a secret door in the basement where the wall just spins up and you can go into another part. You don't even know it's there. I mean, we thought it was a haunted house when I was a kid. We used to play in there. But the road going there has always been an issue of contention, always. And we're talking about a gravel road that's mostly mud and dirt. It's more than gravel. You're going to have campers that are there that are tent camping, that are in a small RV, having campfires, a lot of small kids. The swimming pool is on the other side. The bathhouse is on the other side. So anytime they have to use the facilities, they're going to run across that road. You're going to have people that are going to be in and out of there in their vehicles and possibly drinking. It's not a good issue. It's not a good sight. I do represent the homeowner as well as a county commissioner, but I can tell you my phone has been blowing up from the people in the Black Creek community. They just don't want this. And me being personally, I mean, that's always been to me my home, even though my parents sold it when I got to be a young adult. It's not a good fit. It's just not a good fit. You all know me up here. I'm up here a lot, and I push a lot of things, and I help to get a lot of development in place. But this is just not a good fit for this project. Thank you. And thank you for allowing me to speak.
Sure. Yes, sir. You've got some time.
Well, I'm not here to discuss my water line. I know I'm in litigation. And I'm not here to discuss anything with Black Creek because the original home was owned by Sam Black that built Black Creek. The mountain comes over. The second owner that rebuilt, that was in the 1800s sometime. Second party was Judge Cummins. That was his house. The water line that's leading from my property all the way up to the street had to be removed because the park cut off my water because 20 years ago, the park cut off my water because it used to go through the park. They put it there, and I decided to bring it back onto my park, onto my side. The issue's not here is what they want or what anybody's going to get. The problem is here, I can just leave it the way it is and put some housing because I know it look like we got a lot of problems with housing. I go ahead and make it in, keep it as C1, but I don't want to do that. Black Creek, 30 years ago, because I've been there 30 years ago, had the opportunity to buy the house by Chapin. They didn't want it. I came ahead 8 years after that. I've got the house. So basically, it's just a restaurant. It's no big deal. And I'll show you to not affect Black Creek, if you don't mind. I will leave it like this so we don't have a problem. I will get the water. And it's not a muddy, it's a gravel road that I cannot get fixed for 4 years because the park cut the water off. They want me to sell the place to them. I'm not going to do that. I'll sell it to anybody else. And yes, there is a problem with me and them by cutting off my water. I live with me and my mom since my dad passed away from Florida. My mother has dementia. For 5 years, I've been with my mom with no water because he refused to have me. He put an injunction against me so I can't run my water line on my own property.
Thank you. Yeah, and this body's not in the discussion.
I know.
Well, no. Time's up though. I do appreciate the comments. I mean, this is a venue for comments, but I mean, we and I would only say that if you were to get rezoning for a restaurant, there are a lot of things that goes through from a permit perspective about water and access and emergency response and all that. So I do want to make that comment that we're not up here debating whether you have access to potable water or not. But
Mr. Chairman, can I clarify, just so we're all clear, it's currently zoned C1. And what you can do in C1 as of today, you can do a tourist court, motel, hotel, single-family dwellings, double wides. You do farming, non-commercial nurseries and greenhouses, hospitals, storage garage. There's a lot of things you can do in the property as currently zoned today. Yes, you can do a restaurant.
Yeah, no.
Yes, you can do a restaurant, but you can have alcohol sales. So there's a lot of things in here.
Right, understood.
And that's what staff was looking at, what the current zone would allow.
Well, I think it goes back to what we do in a lot of cases. We look at rezoning applications, whether they're appropriate, and then what kind of conditions may be able to mitigate some of those
Correct.
rezones.
Right now it's a wide open C1 with no conditions on
Okay.
the property.
So do we have we had a lot of comments from opposition and staff. I guess it's now up on the DS. Does anybody have any questions for staff, opposition, or applicant, or motions? Yes, sir.
So based off of what you just said, I mean, basically it would just open up alcohol sales. And I mean, I don't see, as small as this restaurant's going to be with 25 parking spaces, if there's only one business allowed on property, that there's even going to be any more traffic than there would be under any other circumstances. And they could also have, I mean, technically, it could be a scenario where people bring their own alcohol, correct?
They could, and that's one of the things we're looking at. Again, C1,
right?
You do hotel. The other things that could impact the neighborhood.
Yeah,
as well,
I
just
mean,
not the
there could be a lot of other things with
correct
bigger impacts, and especially with the recommendations that y'all have in place. I mean,
and also
only being able to have one business.
And I think the chairman mentioned it too. Just because you get the zoning, there's also other hurdles through the health department you have to go through, even to operate the restaurant.
Right. Okay.
Any other questions, comments from Planning Commission? Commissioner.
Thank you, Chairman. I do have a little concern about the pending litigation that's involved there. I wish my county attorney was here to advise me on that, but he's not. But I do have some concerns there to see how that would play out in the future. I'd be open to tabling it until I'd be open. Well, I guess. Can you put a time limit on it? The attorney said August.
Yes, the trial was set for August 30th, but he's not in here, so I can say this. It's Chancellor Atherton, so we could get a decision in 2 weeks or 2 years after the trial.
I can get a decision. My attorney can get a decision really fast for you.
Well, good luck. But yes, I guess the short answer is we're supposed to go to trial at the end of August. Now we'll get a decision sometime after that.
I guess I'll make my motion to table this until our August meeting.
Yeah, I don't. Can we defer that long?
Yes, there's no limit.
There's no limit.
I'm not aware. I just, my concern, I'm not attorney. I don't know that the legality of the access has any bearing on the zone.
No, and
Dan feels differently. I don't know.
No, that's what I was going to say. I think, again, I'm not an attorney either. But to our knowledge, he owns the parcel all the way to West Hills Drive, right? So I think the question is something to do with, it's almost like a private easement question, legal. I'm not sure it's something that's necessarily a question to us.
I don't think there's a debate that we're not debating whether he has legal access or he's got an injunction or he's got a restriction, or, I mean, we don't do that as a body. All we're doing is making a recommendation about whether we think this is an appropriate land use for that area based on all the comments that we've heard, both from the applicant and opposition.
I think so.
Based on the conditions. I'm not sure that we have ever deferred multiple months, but I wouldn't say that there's not a first time. I guess we can, correct?
I'm not aware of any limitation on the deferral.
Okay.
It's not like a plat. A plat, you have to take action. A zoning case, you can defer.
That's your legal. That is your legal counsel.
I'm not legal. You could definitely defer it for 30 days. You could defer for 30 days. And I'm just going to say one other thing, and that in the rezoning, there are a number of conditions that restrict him to only using the existing property.
Yeah.
So versus today, he could do a lot of things.
Let me ask the question for the commissioner's benefit. Can we table or can we defer? And I do understand Commissioner Anderson's comment. I think I'd feel more comfortable deferring than tabling, but I didn't even know if we had that function.
It's ideally defer.
Okay, well,
You
that
defer
wasn't
to
my question.
but-
Okay.
So yeah, I don't disagree. I'm in favor of deferring rather than tabling.
Okay. Do we have a time specific?
Well, it's a good question.
It sounds like if the trial is not till the end of August, the earliest we would be able to talk about it be September meeting.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I would also suggest if you're going to defer to suggest that the parties, and there's a lot of folks in the area, they get together and try to see if they can work anything out. That might not be at all possible, but I think it's worth saying.
Let's take action. I've got a motion to defer until the September Planning Commission meeting. I have a second. Motion to defer has been properly seconded. Discussion on that motion. Yes, sir.
just one note, we have deferred for multiple months before. And in fact, some of the Thornhill cases that we had today were deferred multiple months on 2 different occasions.
Thank you.
So we do have precedent.
You're making me feel better. Because I do have to answer to Chairman Collier when he gets back.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just wondering if September is, since we will be meeting on the second Monday, if the trial date is set for the end of August, that may not be. I guess we could defer it for 30 days at that point.
I think I would feel comfortable at least getting it date certain, and then we can always take another action in September. So I do have a motion to defer until September 2023 meeting. Any more discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Okay. Agenda item number 24 is case number 2023-0059. It's located at 6100 Ooltewah Georgetown Road. It's to rezone from O1 Office District to M2 Wholesale and Light Industrial District. Has a staff recommendation to deny. Is the applicant here? Okay. Is there any opposition that would like to speak? Okay, Mr. Schultz, if you can take us through your recommendation, please.
Sure. This is a request to rezone from O1 Office District to M2 Wholesale and Light Industrial District. Proposed use is self-storage. It's roughly 1.26 acres in size. Looking at the zoning map, it's O1 and A1 to the north. To the east of this side is Cambridge Square, which is zoned R1, the special exceptions permit for a PUD. To the south is M2, immediately abutting this site. To the west, across Ooltewah Georgetown Road, is R3 and A1 and C2. So there's a mixture of zones in this location. In 2019, there was a request immediately to the north of this site to rezone that from A1 to C5. The application was denied by the county commission, and the adjacent property to the south was rezoned to M2. It's a vacant piece of property. To the north is office use and single family. To the east in Cambridge Square is single family detached dwellings. To the south is many warehouses and self-storage. And to the west is multifamily and single family. Here's a view of the site. You can see Cambridge Square just beyond the fence line. This is north of the site, which is the office use. This is south of the site, which is many warehouses. This is west of the site, which is the multifamily. This is east of the site, which is in Cambridge Square. Now, this property is in the White Oak Mountain Plan, which was adopted in 2019. The place type is mixed residential, with the primary uses being single unit living, 2 to 8 units residential and a cottage court and bed and breakfast. It doesn't mention any type of warehousing or industrial uses in this place type. It's clearly mixed residential. Here's the site plan that was submitted with clearly many warehouses. This request is not compatible with the Area 12 plan. It's not compatible with adjacent land uses, which is residential to the north and east of the site. The existing O1 zone is a more compatible zone, as it acts as a transition from the commercial uses to the south of the site to the residential uses to the north and east. There's property zoned M2 to the south of the site. However, it was rezoned in 1980s prior to the adoption of the Area 12 plan in 2019. This will also set the precedent for future requests for expansion of M2 along Ooltewah Georgetown Road. Staff recommends to deny based on those reasons.
Thank you, Mr. Schultz. Any questions for staff? Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Brian, in the future, especially in cases of denial, where our packet has the kind of larger image of that area plan, it would, I think, be helpful if we got a zoomed in kind of snippet from the area plan of the site to understand the context a little better, so we didn't have to go hunting for it within the area plan.
So in your packet or on the presentation?
Yes, sir.
The packet?
Within the packet,
Okay.
yes, sir. Or the presentation, either
Both.
one.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
Sure.
Okay. Any other questions? Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Alan Jones with Stone Creek Consulting, 1112 Plymouth Road in Dunlap, Tennessee. So this is a challenging site, to be honest with you. Jeremy Deach has owned this property for a little while. If you're familiar with Camp Big Fish, that's a company that he's in charge of with the kids programs that he does. We originally had tried to look at putting a daycare center here for his company. But the problem is the sewer stops well south of this site. I I know the area plan recommends residential. We looked even putting residential in this area. The study that he had done last year was going to be about $278,000 to run sewer to this site. So even if you put 30 homes in, you're looking at $10,000 a door just to get sewer put in. That's pretty steep for residential. From a compatibility standpoint, we do have self-storage to the south. Actually, the property just to the south, Jeremy actually has a right of first refusal on that property. So this really is kind of being viewed as really kind of a business expansion for him, knowing that he'll probably eventually acquire that property to the south. I have talked a little bit with Commissioner Eversole. He also understands that, our proposed use does not meet the area plan, but we'll continue to have conversations with him. If there's possibly some funding opportunities to expand sewer up this corridor so that we can build Cambridge Square Part 2 on this corridor, my client's definitely open to looking into that. But from a self-storage standpoint, honestly, that's one of the easiest styles of development to raise once sewer is available. Self-storage sites are pretty easy to actually get rid of, and once sewer becomes is available, this development, this site is primed for a better opportunity. But that time is definitely not now. So for right now, we're asking for the permission to rezone for the self-storage use, because really, from an economical standpoint, there's really nothing else that's viable at this point.
Thank you. And I did ask, I don't believe is there anybody that wants to speak in the opposition? Okay. Mr. Matthews?
Yeah, I have a question for staff. Brian, I think, let's see, there's a C2 right straight across from the M2 adjacent. And you know when that was rezoned?
3 years ago.
Okay.
I did it.
Okay. Yeah. And I remember this because I believe I'm the one that made the motion to zone that C2. But there's a lot of discussion that there's got to be a stopping point on this C2. You've got of course, the M1 across the street. It's extending further out. But that was our limit at that time. And we discussed this a lot. C2 is not going to go any further, at least for some time. Having said that, extending this M manufacturing on out further, I just can't go along with that. We've had discussions on that. And in fact, I would like to move tonight.
A second.
To deny has been seconded. Any discussion on the motion? Okay. Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, next case.
Yes,
wishes to withdraw.
I did put a big W by that one. I missed the other one. I'm glad Commissioner Anderson got me. So we got a mandatory referral, MR 2023-0052.
We got. I talked to Mr. Chairman. We didn't take action on 60. We need to take action.
Well, actually, I would ask for just a little indulgence.
That's right. I'm sorry. I thought it was withdraw. I'm sorry. I'm still messing up. We have a motion to withdraw. Seconded. Thank you.
And if I might then explain to those, they've listened here for 4 hours.
Oh, that's right.
So I think they at least ought to have an opportunity if they do want to say something. But there is something I do want to say to those that were in attendance. We did have a neighborhood meeting, and in that meeting, I emphatically said I never said that this was a for sale developer. I since went back and looked at my records, which I should have done before I had the meeting, and I realized as emphatically and dogmatically as I said, I had never said that. I did say it. I didn't say it once, I said it twice at county commission. So I apologize for giving you disinformation as it related to that particular meeting. Secondly, so that everyone understands, the developer will proceed forward with his current approval on the plans at that property. So just want to get those 2 points of clarification out before y'all take action to withdraw.
Okay. Does anybody want to say anything since y'all have sat here for 4 hours or 4 hours. Yeah, explain the withdrawal. So the withdrawal, it's withdrawn effectively. The only way it comes back up is if they reapply through application through the same
New
process.
signs would have to go up,
Okay.
new notifications would be gone out, but
Okay.
it's actively dead.
Okay.
Still be developed under the current, what was approved.
Right. Okay. I have a motion to withdraw. It has been seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay. Thank you. Thanks for keeping me straight. Okay, now we'll go to government mandatory referrals, which is item 26, mandatory referral 2023-0052, 1000 block of East 38th Street, mandatory referral, property acquisition. Gail, do we need to, do I have a motion? Have a motion to approve, has been seconded. Any opposition to this? Okay. Motion to approve has been seconded. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. So we have two amendments. Do you lead those? Is somebody going to lead those for me?
Actually, I'm going to turn the Mountain Creek Road. I'll turn it over to Karen Hunt, and then for short-term vacation rental, Mr. Anderson will take that on.
Oh, great. And we talked about this a little bit last meeting, correct, Karen? I'm assuming
We did.
this is okay. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm Karen Hunt with the Regional Planning Agency. What I was going to do today is just summarize the changes that we have made in the documents sent due to some public comments received at the March Planning Commission meeting. So I'll just quickly go through that. Also, we have posted the revised document on our website. You should have received a copy of it, and all of the changes are in red. So if you just want to skim through and look for those, they're pretty easy to find. Excuse me. First of all, as you can imagine, and I'm sure you remember, there were a lot of concerns about traffic in the area. One of the revisions in the document was just to say right up front, this is not a traffic study. It wasn't meant to be a traffic study. It's a land use plan. However, CDOT did go out in the field and do observations of how the roundabouts were functioning. They did traffic counts, speeding counts. They researched crash data. So they put a lot of work into it that we've documented in here. We will also, as Dan has mentioned a couple times, be looking at traffic issues throughout this whole city area planning process. So the Area 2 plan, or the Hickson Red Bank area plan, includes Mountain Creek area. And so we'll be looking at traffic throughout that whole area. We're also recommending that during that process, we coordinate with the Safe Streets for All, or SS4A grant, which looks at safety, pedestrian and bicycle safety to schools. Because we know having 3 schools right there in the immediate vicinity does contribute certainly to the traffic in that area. Natural resources, some of the folks that came to the meeting last month pointed out that we had not said anything about the post oak tree. And so they sent us some information and we have included it in the document. In fact, the post oak tree out on the old quarry property it's the tallest documented post oak tree in the country, or maybe in the world. It's over 100 feet tall, probably 200 years old. And the state Senate actually passed a resolution, and the governor of Tennessee signed it, declaring that tree a state treasure. So it really is a pretty cool thing. We also added several photos of Reed's Lake in the document, and noted in here in the document that there is quite a bit of dispute about how long Reed's Lake has been around. Was it built as part of the golf course development, or has it been there a lot longer than that? Mr. Greyer provided us with a study that the community had done called Let's Create Much Needed Park Space. And so we actually pulled some information out of that and noted that that's where that source was. So people could see that there was some dispute about some of those issues. A couple people also pointed out that the maps in the document show the old quarry property as parks and open space, and therefore maybe it should be parks and open space. So we just clarified that those maps, that one in particular, as you can see with the red oval around the map on the screen there, it's just an existing land use map. So it is currently kind of being used as a park unofficially by the residents and provides some open space. However, we did clarify that the property is privately owned. It is currently zoned R1 for single family homes and also C2, a little spot of it C2 for some commercial. So if someone wants to put a park there, which could be a great idea, someone's going to have to purchase the property. I did speak with the head of the city's parks department, and he said that their parks and outdoors plan, which they should be wrapping up soon, does identify the Mountain Creek area as location for some kind of new park. They didn't have a specific site in mind, but they did notice that that area was in need of some park space. There was a little bit of confusion about place types and what they were. I think some folks pointed out, they said that they didn't think the standards were strong enough in the place type. So we clarified that place types are not zoning. Therefore, what's in here are not standards. It's just kind of a description of what the vision is for the area, that zoning is actually what regulates what you can do on the property. And then finally, a little bit about higher density housing development. We had a statement in the document that said facilitating the construction of additional apartment complexes may not serve the best public interest. Some folks felt that was maybe a little wishy-washy, not real clear. So we just changed that and said additional rezoning for apartment complexes in the Mountain Creek corridor is not recommended. Basically, what we're recommending is that any new zoning not exceed the densities allowed by the current zoning. So there are some caveats to that. So there is some existing multifamily zoning in the area. You certainly could redevelop some places, but we wouldn't recommend any new rezoning that would exceed those current densities allowed. And I believe that is it, unless anyone has any questions.
Okay, any questions? And we do have to take action. So do I allow for public? Is there anybody that would like to make a public comment or questions from, because it is a resolution to approve or to adopt, correct? This corridor study, and so it would go on to city council.
That's correct.
With action there does need to be action by this planning commission.
Yes, if you want to send it on to city council. Okay. I think that is the recommendation of staff to adopt the plan.
That's okay. Have a motion.
I just have one quick question.
Yes.
About the change to additional rezoning for apartment complexes is not recommended. Just very briefly, what needs to change for that to change and to have the ability to rezone for apartment complexes once again?
If you wanted to have,
in the future, going forward, what would have to change in this area in terms of infrastructure, or what's the primary reason that this was put in here, and what are the steps that need to be taken?
Gotcha.
So in the future changes. Obviously, it's not ready right now.
Right.
Or anytime in the near future, but looking very long term, the next time this study comes around, what's going to have to change?
We did note that there is considerable traffic in the area, and the transportation department said if you keep adding more and more, it could become a real problem. There are, as we all know, a lot of apartment complexes on this corridor already, probably maybe a higher percentage than in other parts of the city. So we felt like, there's quite a bit there already. There are still a couple properties left already zoned that could be developed as apartments. So we just felt like it was probably reasonable to say we have enough there for right now.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, have a motion to recommend adoption has been seconded. Any other comments, questions? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. And the second amendment is a resolution to amend Chapter 38, the Chattanooga zoning regulations, to add Division 27, uses requiring short-term vacation rental certificates. And this is you.
I figure I would be more professional and appropriate and come down here to do this presentation as I do on Tuesday nights. Commissioner Matthews has told me I have 30 seconds. I'm not going to take more than a few minutes. I won't take the whole 9. Brian, do you have to click through the slide?
Yes,
Let me know when you go down.
Does the audience, are y'all, would y'all like to speak on this? Okay.
I know
okay,
at least
so-
one who wants to.
Okay, so, yes, sir, go ahead.
All right, next slide, Brian. So if you are, since everyone here is alive in some way and lives in this county, you know that we've been talking about short-term vacation rentals for about a year at the city and about that long at the county. So I'm not going to go through all the background, but I will summarize to say there have been meetings upon meetings upon meetings. There has been a task force. There's been a committee. There have been 4 public input sessions that are official public input sessions, plus every Tuesday night at City Council is a public input session for anything anybody wants to talk about. Council had a piece of legislation earlier this year that was amended heavily by multiple members to where it became unwieldy, according to several of the council members, and council failed to pass an ordinance for STVRs. In the meantime, we have a moratorium. Next slide, please. We have a moratorium expiring on July 10th, and the city of Chattanooga has to have some type of framework in place for when that moratorium expires. The Kelly administration is seeking to do this in a couple of large chunks, and we are starting with commercial zones. So just to go through the key points of the amendment, moving STVR regulations into the Chapter 8 zoning ordinance. This is a land use. Our lawyers tell us it's a land use. It needs to be in Chapter 38. It keeps the overlay just for homestays, and I'm going to talk about that. It allows non-owner occupied in any commercial district that currently allows for a hotel anywhere in the city of Chattanooga. So right now, our current rules, if the moratorium were in place, you can put a La Quinta Inn on Gun Barrel Road, but you can't put a short-term vacation rental. And you can't put it next to a La Quinta Inn on Gun Barrel Road. So we've got these commercial corridors where hotels are allowed and short-term vacation rentals are not. So we're seeking to allow it in any commercial zone where a hotel is allowed today. Due to the concerns of several council members in the many meetings we've had about it, capping any multi-unit residential buildings at 25% total of the units. I'm happy to answer any questions. I'm just going to breeze through this stuff. And if you rezone the property for the purpose of putting an STVR on it, we have put this provision in that you're not eligible for an STVR permit if you move to from a zone that doesn't allow STVRs into one that does for 18 months. Next slide, please. That's the map. That's the overlay that we've had for several years. Next slide. Homestays, the primary residence of the applicant at least 183 days a year. That's defined by the state of Tennessee. Absentee is not the primary resident of the applicant. The fee is $500 absentee, $250 homestays. Next slide, Brian. The permitting process is going to shift from a may issue to a shall issue. So for the 5+ years, the current rules have been in place. If X amount, and the number has changed, but if X amount of residents opposed to an STVR in their neighborhood, it triggers a city council hearing. 100% of the city council hearings have resulted in a denial. So we're seeking for a less political, and the council is seeking a less political and more subjective, more objective rather than subjective permitting process. So the way we see it, the applicants in the zone either meet the requirement or they don't. That's just the process. Skip through that. Next slide, please. We have already passed legislation at the city council creating an administrative hearing officer for the city of Chattanooga. For those unfamiliar, Chattanooga and every other city in Tennessee is limited by the Tennessee Constitution, not adjusted for inflation. $50 per day is the maximum we can find for anything, plus court costs. That number has been static for many decades. So the administrative hearing officer gives the ability to charge or to fine up to $500 per day per offense. We recognize that the vast majority of STVR issues we have in our city are related to unpermitted and uninspected units. And with the current regulations, we have very little teeth with which to enforce our rules. The administrative hearing officer changes that and gives us real teeth to go after people who are violating the law. Next slide, please. Next slide. That's it. I'll take questions now on our legislation.
So let me ask one question. So just clarify, you have the overlay zone, and you can be. So explain to just go back through just real quickly, understanding that in the city of Chattanooga, outside the overlay zone, it has to be zoned for commercial.
Correct. We're keeping the overlay for homestays.
Homestays. Okay.
And then outside of the overlay, you have to be zoned for a commercial zone that allows residential, which would be any zone that also allows a hotel.
Gotcha. Okay. And so the point would be if I own a structure inside this overlay zone and I live there, I can operate through the permit process. Correct.
You can operate a homestay or an absentee, provided you live in a zone that allows for it. But in the overlay, I guess every zone would. Sorry, you're in the city now.
Okay. Thank you. I just clarification.
Yeah.
I mean, and that's really the meat of it, right? Where it's, I mean, obviously there's an administrative process and a permit process to make sure that the structure's inspected and they pay the permit fees. But the real crux of it is where it's allowable and where it's not.
It really is. And I hear from people every single day, not hyperbole, multiple times a day, in text, email, stopping me in the Publix. That's true. About, not you, Nathan, we just said hi. About STVRs, and most people are in one camp or the other. STVRs are the worst thing to ever happen to our city, and they are destroying the fabric of our families and neighborhoods. Or STVRs are the greatest business model to ever come to the city of Chattanooga and Hamilton County, and we should not restrict them. So what we are trying to do is this is a legal industry and it's not going anywhere. We're trying to find a place for this industry to grow as the market dictates, but also to provide a level of neighborhood protection.
Well, I think you made the comment, obviously in the unincorporated county, we're doing the same thing. You're coming up on the real important thing here is to get something in place that we think is a best step. And then if it needs to be modified or revised or changed, there's opportunities to do that legislatively or through this same process again in the future. Correct?
Yes, sir, Chairman. And that's built into the ordinance as well. There's a 1-year review period where the staff, the administrative hearing officer, and the Board of Zoning Appeals, which hears appeals on denials of permits, will come to the city council, present whatever reports they want to present about recommended changes. In addition, it's not going to take us a full year to have some other legislation. I intend to work with Councilman Henderson from District 1 to come up with a multifamily residential zoning procedure. He has a keen interest in R3 and R4 zones. Those are not really contemplated in this ordinance, but this is not designed to be the last STVR bill that we ever have. It's a starting point and a way for us to get up and running with the AHO and to have a framework coming out of the moratorium.
Thank you. Any questions? And ma'am, I think you wanted to speak. So we do have an opportunity for public comment on these amendments, correct? Right?
Yes.
Oh, both.
You was
sure. No, y'all sat through it. Y'all are the last two in the gallery, so go right ahead.
I have full new respect for you guys.
I'll set the time.
I will start a timer though. 9 minutes.
All right.
So
I
thank
don't
you.
want to take that much time. My name is Lisa Brown, and I have a property at 801 and 804 East Martin Luther King that are non-owner occupied STVRs in the Martin Luther King neighborhood. I am also on the board of directors for the neighborhood. And since the original ordinance was created in 2017, the owner group of short-term vacation rentals has had a seat at the table during all of these conversations with city council and planning. Over the past year, our group has been present at every work session related to this issue. In early March, when the city council did not have enough votes to pass a proposal that was put forth from the committee, the mayor's office took control of this ordinance, and that's what you are seeing today. All of the communication with the owners group, which we are 100 strong, has stopped. All communication has stopped between the mayor's office and us. In fact, we were made aware that this was on the agenda late last night. So we scrambled to get here today and move our business appointments. Since I'm fairly certain that most of you guys have not, and ladies have not had an opportunity to speak with the owners or any of the owners group in regards to this proposed ordinance, I am asking that you defer this until you have an opportunity to meet with some of us who are greatly affected by what is proposed here in this ordinance. I don't only think that it's detrimental to the STVR owners, but I do think that it is a great detriment to the people that stay in our STVRs. These are families who can't afford to travel in large groups. They're softball teams, they're Ironmen, they're families coming to Chattanooga who can't afford 4 or 5 hotel rooms, but they can stay in one of my homes for a fraction of the cost. So it's not only affecting us, it is going to affect tourism in our city. Beth was here a few minutes ago. She is very active. She asked me to relay her thoughts to you as well, so I'm just going to read it. The advocacy group of over 100 constituents has formed in response to this year-long conversation. We would like to continue having a voice with this new ordinance draft. We have concerns with lack of protection for the existing certificate holders who are protected by the Tennessee Short-Term Vacation Rental Act. The law states that permits should be renewed unless there are 3 violations of local law. This ordinance reserves the right for the city to deny a renewal based on 1 single code violation. There are other concerning language related to renewals that needs to be addressed in this ordinance. STVRs have been portrayed by the media and council and administration as a citywide nuisance for residents. The focus has been on prohibiting STVRs certificates in R1 residential zones, which this ordinance would do. The actual relevant statistics are that there are only 182 in R1, only 182. That represents 0.2% of residential housing stock in Chattanooga, 0.2. Also, there are only 10 complaints received for permitted rentals. The extreme restrictions in this ordinance are not justified by the evidence that short-term vacation rentals are creating a problem as it's being portrayed.
Mr. Chairman, there's about 5 minutes left.
5 minutes? You want to go ahead? Okay. Okay. It appears the city wants to treat us as hotels. However, I doubt hotels are given an 18-month delay in allowing permitting use after an approved zoning change. We would like to know why we are being targeted in this restriction. The 25% cap on multifamily structures is also not giving short-term vacation rentals the same treatment as hotels. For these reasons and many others, we are asking that you defer this vote so that we will have an opportunity to give more input on this issue. Thank you.
Chairman, committee members, thank you very much for being willing to stay and listen. And I recognize that I'm what's standing between you and a ride home. So I'll look to stay within my 2 minutes here. Just a couple questions on process. After you guys vote and make your recommendation, does it go to another subcommittee or does it go to the city council?
It goes to city council just like any other zoning amendment.
Will there be opportunities to make revisions after this, or is PDF now? All right, wonderful. Because I'm working with Councilman Smith on a separate item for rural acreage, and so I just want to make sure that that's something that is able to be considered after even if it goes after this committee.
Chairman, if I may, I'm aware of the issue. Councilman Smith asked me to add it to the administration version, and it's in there.
Wonderful.
If you have at least 10 acres, a lot of the ordinance does not apply.
Wonderful. All right. Well, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I ask one question just for existing, because we have the same issue in the county. We have issued some current, and I guess this is for you, Stan, just because I'm trying to learn too, because where ours goes in the next couple of days, and we'll have to make revisions. I'm assuming too over the next several months or years. So if y'all already issued them, do they stay issued? Just you have to recertify them to make sure they have egress, ingress, those type of things. I'm just sort of curious.
Yes, permits are transferable to other people. The language does state they're not transferable from one piece of land to another, and I understand that creates a little confusion, but no, they are transferable between people. And all existing permits in R1 and all other existing permits are grandfathered in and will be continually renewed as long as they want to renew them.
Perfect. Thank you. Okay. I guess questions, comments from, yes, sir.
I'm a little confused about the 18-month waiting period. If you could explain that a little bit more and why that's in there.
Several members of the council, and there are a lot of council requests in this piece of legislation because we have to pass something imperfect. And in fact, everything that they pass is imperfect, and we all know that. There's no perfect piece of legislation, but we have to say out loud, this is not a perfect piece of legislation, but it's good. And we're going to make additional changes in the law later this year. The 18 months was a couple of council people who objected to the idea of it going to a zone-based, even though our lawyers tell us it has to, a zone-based approach. And the way the body will likely pass it is if we do not create a situation where there's a flood of rezones all of a sudden to the magical STVR zone. So, yeah, does that answer your question?
Yes, sir.
I do think that it might be a decent idea to postpone this just because I feel like I personally saw a handful of people in here that I know left throughout the day that I don't know. I mean, if it was anything like last meeting or any other meeting that I've been in, probably would have had several other people here that would have voiced some sort of discussion.
I would say that there was no opposition I heard today that I've not heard a dozen times. And the city council very desperately needs this on their agenda next month, or we will face a severe operations issue.
Question. So I guess I know she's asking for the deferral. You're asking to maybe push this forward because of the moratorium. Does it make sense to go ahead and make a motion on this and then work through those kinks between now and council? Is that
if we wait until every detail is to everyone's satisfaction, we will never ever have a piece of legislation that is passed by this body or the other. And there are a lot of city council people who learned this the hard way a few months ago. We very, very much need something to go to the agenda next month. And this represents over a year now of public meetings, including with the people in this room, and all of the members of the city council and the select committee and the administration, and the industry's been in the room for every single one of those meetings.
Okay, I have a motion to approve. It has been seconded. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
And do you need my vote? Aye. Okay. So that gives us a quorum. Okay. Thank y'all.
Anybody not? Did you ask me about any opposition?
Oh.
I mean, up here. No to the. I think it's aye.
Yeah. Is there? Oh yeah, I didn't. All those say aye. Any opposed? Okay. Can we make this City of Chattanooga subdivision regulations staff update really quick?
Yeah, it's gonna be real quick. We had a meeting.
I'm gonna time you.
It's gonna be real quick. Last month, 3 weeks ago, it was really good. We're halfway done. We'll expect to have another meeting either next week on the 17th or the 24th. Nothing will be coming back until probably at least June or July.
Okay.
This body.
Perfect. Any public comments? Nope. Seeing none. Can I get a approval of the minutes? Motion. Have a motion that has been seconded. All those to approve the minutes, say aye.
Aye.
Have a motion to adjourn. We are adjourned. Thank y'all.
Great job, y'all.
Yes.
We got